of the Council of the Royal Borough of Kingston upon Thames to refuse planning permission for the proposed development at Tolworth Tower as previously described. You'll be pleased to hear that I'm not going to be repeating all of the introductory comments that I made yesterday. Now, this is the second day of the inquiry because we adjourned on Tuesday, so we didn't sit yesterday. Just a few housekeeping reminders. If everybody can please ensure that phones and electronic devices that are not going to be used to access this event should be on silent or switched off, if at all possible, just to reduce any sort of background interruptions and noise. Again, just a reminder, there'll be no use of the chat facility. Please only speak when invited to do so, just to aid the efficient running of the inquiry. I shall aim to break for lunch around 1 o'clock with suitable breaks during the day, but we may need to be flexible on that, and I will ask for the assistance of the advocates to determine when it's most appropriate for those breaks to take place. We may also need to be flexible on the finish time today, but again, I'll come on to that in a moment. There's sort of a reason behind that from the programme, but as I said, I'll come on to that in a moment. Now, for the benefit of new attendees in the room, could I just ask for the two main advocates to just introduce yourselves, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Scott Linus, QC. I'm instructed by Mishcon Durea to appear on behalf of the appellant in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. And for the council, please.
Thank you, madam. My name is James Burton. I'm a barrister and I'm instructed by the council's head of development management, Mr. Barry Lomax, on behalf of the council.
Thank you. Now, in a moment, I will hear from Councillor Dunstone, who will speak as an interested party. So I will let you introduce yourself at that time, Councillor Dunstone, because obviously you were unable to attend on Tuesday, which that's absolutely fine. Just a reminder, Councillor Dunstone, that Mr. Linus may have some questions that he may wish to ask you on the evidence that you give today. He may not, but are you content with that? I think yes, I can see you nodding, so that's fine. Thank you. After Councillor Dunstone has spoken, I will then ask Mr. Burton to call his first witness to the witness stand. Now, obviously, this is slightly different. It's a virtual witness stand, but obviously the witness is still at that witness stand. But before I proceed on that, and before I ask Councillor Dunstone to give her evidence that she wants to speak about today, can I just run through a couple of matters? I have issued a draft programme that's been produced. It will go on the website today. Now, it's very much draft and will be subject inevitably to change, because that's the way that inquiries sort of work, and it depends on the amount of time that's taken to complete evidence in chief, cross-examination, etc., etc. It is rather ambitious in places. It is based generally on the timings, the estimated timings that have been given by the two advocates, although they may well change depending upon agreements, etc., that have been made in the meantime. It obviously then will be updated when necessary. So please, anybody who is listening in, please keep an eye on that. Because if anybody does want to attend as an interested party to query or to ask questions of a witness, the appellant's witnesses I'm talking about here, not the council's witnesses, because there are, well, most of the interested parties, or I think all of the interested parties that I'm aware of, that have spoken, and one that is about to speak, are obviously objecting to the scheme. You can obviously inform the council that you wish to attend that event, and then you can ask any questions where necessary. Now, today I will be hearing from the council's first witness, which is on energy related issues, subject to when that advocate finishes. When the advocates finish with that witness, so it includes the cross-examination and the re-examination, that will determine whether there is actually enough time to hear from the council's second witness. It's very unlikely, but it is down as a potential on the draft programme. If not, then obviously we will hear from the council's second witness on Tuesday, etc. So there could be sort of knock-on effects for moving the timetable. So just a reminder for everybody to just keep an eye on that timetable. Also, additional days for the later round table discussions on conditions and planning obligations and the closing submissions and the additional accompanied site visit have yet to be confirmed. Once they are confirmed, they will be added to the programme. And obviously it would be something that I may come back to by the end of today to try and see if some confirmation can be given on dates for those. If not, then it will be something that we will return to next week. In relation to other matters, I have just received this morning an addendum to the Statement of Common Ground. Now, again, I have quickly flicked through that, but I haven't read it in detail as yet. Could one of the, so I'm aware of what the issues are, but for the benefits of everybody in the room, could I just ask one of the main parties to please explain what has now been agreed?
Certainly, Madam.
Thank you.
No, this will come as no surprise to you, Madam, because we flagged this, of course, on day one. The addendum, which is very short, deals with circular economy and whole life carbon cycle matters. So that's all it is. You already knew those issues were agreed between the main parties, and it simply confirms that.
Okay, so it's simply that, which is what I read, very quickly reading it, yes. But I wanted it just confirmed. Okay, thank you. Are there any other queries, procedural matters, or any updates from the main parties that I need to be made aware of?
Well, Madam, I know you are aware of this, but I should simply indicate for members of the public and double check that everyone has it that needs to have it. As agreed on Tuesday, Mr. Maguire produced essentially notes, a roadmap for his response to the materials that Mr. Stanley sent out on Monday. And I hope you have those notes. I hope obviously my learned friend and his team have those notes. They all should have them. So
I do have those notes, yes.
Great, okay. I should say, Madam, I've also, as I do with all witnesses, I've asked Mr. Maguire to ensure that he has prepared for your assistance, Mr. Linus's assistance, a list of the documents that he will be referring to in his chief. So maybe that will be very, yeah. I tend to find that helpful. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
So that can come round whenever.
Okay, and has that been placed on the website yet for other interested parties and members of the public to have a look at?
Mr. Maguire's notes,
yes.
I have to check with Mr. Feltham. I have to admit, because the appellant has very helpfully produced a zip file of all the core documents, I've downloaded that and I haven't myself been checking the council's website.
Right, okay.
So I could check.
It would just be useful, if somebody can look at that possibly in the background to, while we're on the, and just double check that the website is up to date with the most up to date evidence documents. That'd be very helpful. So thank you for that. Ms. Linus, any updates or anything you wish to make me aware of?
No, I'm just checking the positional statements of common ground. So you should have the main planning statement of common ground plus the addendum, as well as the latest viability statement of common ground, which was signed on the 12th of October. I'm just assuming that you have that.
I have, yes.
Well,
I've got that.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Any other housekeeping or procedural matters that anybody needs to make me aware of before we commence with Councillor Dunstone? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, on that note then, please, Councillor Dunstone, could I ask you to introduce yourself and then you can go straight into your speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm Lorraine Dunstone. I'm a councillor in Tolworth and Hook Rise Ward, chair of South of the Borough Neighbourhood Committee, and I've been a member of the Planning Committee or Development Control Committee, as it was previously known, for most of my 7.5 years as a councillor.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to start with your speech then, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've not attended one of these before, so please bear with me.
That's okay. That's fine. Do you understand the process then? Do you want me to explain anything?
If you wouldn't mind, I think that might be really quite helpful. Thank you.
No problem at all. This is quite a formal setting, but don't worry about that. We're all here to, or I'm here to listen to everything that everybody wants to tell me in terms of gaining all the evidence that I need to make my decision. I want to hear from interested parties. I also want to hear, obviously, from the witnesses that are being put forward by the two main parties. What is going to happen is we haven't started the formal process of evidence in chief, cross-examination, and then re-examination of all the individual witnesses. I don't know if you've seen an inquiry before, but that's the more formal process that the advocates bring forward, obviously with my lead, to ensure that the witnesses bring forward key points and arguments that I need to be made aware of, and that's from their existing evidence. So no new evidence is brought forward. It's got to already have been submitted. In terms of interested parties, you almost follow that same sort of route. It's not quite the same because we don't want to scare anybody off. But if you were in if we were in a face-to-face inquiry, for instance, it could be that you would be called to the witness stand. It could be that I would allow you to just sit in the audience and give your statement there, depending on how you felt. So this is your evidence in the same way. Mr. Linus, as the appellant, does have the right to cross-examine you, but we call it questioning for interested parties. But it is, and Mr. Linus hasn't questioned interested parties as yet, but he does have that right if he wishes to do so. Other than that, that is then it. And then if I have any questions, obviously, but I've not had any questions for any of the other interested parties yet. And then that will be it. That will be it basically for your part in this at this point. If then later on, if there is something and you wish to query an appellant's witness on something that is relevant to your evidence, then you can come into that event if you let the council know that you wish to be invited to that event, and then you can actually ask some questions of the appellant's witnesses if you wish. Okay, does that help?
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so if you want to just continue with your speech, that'd be great.
Do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So this application is not in my ward. However, the boundary line is in the middle of Tolworth Broadway, and therefore does have a significant effect on residents and businesses in the ward I represent. This statement has been written after many emails and conversations that I've had with residents alongside my own experience in planning. So I'm speaking on behalf of residents as well. Tolworth Tower is an iconic building for residents in Tolworth and for users of the A3. Love it or hate it, built in the 1960s, it's definitely of its time, but it's unique in the surrounding area. At the time the application was submitted, the applicant said that they had consulted with groups and individuals in Tolworth, including myself and local residents association. I can confirm that no consultation had been directly received by myself. Anything I attended was done so because residents let me know about them and made me aware, and the Residents Association also confirmed to me that they'd heard nothing from the applicant, which brings into question the consultation process that they said they carried out. Sadly, due to lack of investment in the building, the use of the office space has reduced significantly over recent years. The offices now need extensive investment to bring it up to a standard. I don't believe this has been explored, and I have not seen any marketing of the offices for some time. It would have been nice to see some smaller scale office space provided, especially in the post-COVID world, but that's my opinion. The area is fairly flat and surrounded by predominantly 2 to 3 storey houses. The only tall building in the area is Tolworth Tower. The height of these additional buildings is out of character and all add extra domination to the area and conflicts with policy. The 2 additional towers are not visibly beautiful. They do not bear any relation to the existing tower. And I think that the height and bulk and mass of the additional towers is excessive. The fact that the applicant took very little notice of the urban design panel is disappointing. The addition of the 2 tall buildings will cause overshadowing, particularly to residents in Tolworth Close and the residents that live in the flats above the shops on the other side of Tolworth Broadway, but also many other roads in the area. In my opinion, with regards to daylight and sunlight modelling, in relation to the vertical sky component, which defines that the existing daylight may be noticeably affected by new development if the windows of surrounding properties achieve a VSC below 27% and are reduced to less than 0.8 times their former value. Along the west side of Tolworth Broadway from property 78, which is level with the east end of the development, to 112, which is approximately opposite the actual entrance to Marks and Spencer's store, the VSC definition occurs. All windows are below 27%, and the light levels vary from below 0.8 to 0.5 times, with the lower light levels being in the middle of the run, rising up at each end. Now, the building research establishment feel that a 20% loss of light is not noticeable, hence a 0.8% starting factor. But what the effect is when the light loss is up to 50% is not made clear. The best way to do this would be some kind of physical mock-up with filters that the effect can actually be seen and exactly how noticeable it is. Alternative, possibly instruct a totally independent light consultant to do a report on the modelling. But the dismissive words in the statement of common ground by a vested interested party is not acceptable. It is felt that affected residents need better reassurances and protection on the impact of the loss of light to their properties. Residents find it difficult to understand that there is no problems with any of the rooms modelled regarding the no skyline modelling, as it would be expected. The 2 very tall proposed towers on the east side roadway would have some impact on the flats on the opposite side of the road. Currently, if you stand in Tolworth Broadway or walk around the bottom of Tolworth Tower, the wind tunnel is extreme. These 2 additional towers built in the proposed way would make this matter worse. This would have a detrimental effect to users of any public realm or amenity space on the site, as well as the businesses on the opposite side of the road, which are mainly cafes with outside seating and grocers with outside displays, as the increased wind would make it uncomfortable and almost unusable spaces. The balcony areas and raised communal outside areas would also be quite uncomfortable to use during the wind. Some of the amenity space that has been included is next to the A3. This area is one of the highest polluted areas in the borough. Using this as an amenity space is completely unacceptable for residents to spend any real time breathing in the toxic fumes from the A3 and snarled up traffic on the roundabout. As I mentioned earlier, some of the balcony space and communal outdoor space would be unusable to the high wind and pollution in the area. Only areas that can genuinely be used should be classed as amenity space. I can't see there is sufficient space for children to play and develop, or for adults to make the most of the usable outdoor areas. The development is right on top of the A3 Tolworth roundabout, close to Tolworth railway station, and buses to Surbiton and Epsom. The train will take you to London and Waterloo, but if you work or study southbound, for example in Guildford, you have to travel to Surbiton or Epsom to get the train, with a total journey time of around at least an hour if all connections are made easily. However, to drive is 20 minutes. I recognise that RBK has not raised this as a point of reason for refusal, but I raise it as an issue for local residents. The number of car parking spaces allocated for this application says 134 car parking spaces, or 0.23 spaces per unit. But in truth, it's 80 spaces, or 0.16 per unit, as 54 spaces have already been allocated to the North Wing development. The roads surrounding Tolworth Tower do not have any controlled parking zones currently, and the street parking is almost at full capacity. Therefore, the impact of local residents parking in the area will be significant. There does not appear to be any plans to assist in the provision or consultation of installing a CPZ. While environmentally the reduction of cars is helpful, there has to be a reality check at the same time. It is unrealistic to expect that residents will not want a car, or at least have one via a car club. The lack of 3-bedroom units, 6.8%, is far below the 30% as stated in policy DM13. There is a need for larger units in the area, and I don't believe that any real justification has been put forward by the applicant. The Tolworth area plan was mentioned a number of times in the presentation made by the applicant. However, this plan was never approved, agreed, or made policy, and therefore bears no relevance or importance to this application and should be discounted as a supporting document. The most astonishing thing about this application, in my opinion, is the 10% of affordable housing. This goes against policy completely, and there is insufficient justification as to why this is not being increased within the development, or as an alternative off-site provision, particularly in light of the turnaround from the build-to-rent market, which was what initially intended. Due to events, tall buildings are a particularly sensitive issue with regards to fire safety. This may have been revised, but at the time it appeared that no revised fire safety statement had been submitted, despite the London Fire Commissioner's comments in the report. I found that extremely worrying, and one that we must be content with. I do understand the tilted balance that RBK finds itself in. However, I feel that this application is seeking to take advantage of this and has no consideration for the potential occupiers or the existing residents that live in the surrounding locality. I am extremely concerned that this significant and major application has such a lack of consistent and accurate content. Too many important and relevant policies have been ignored, exaggerated, or conflicted, and therefore I'd really hope that the inspector takes on board these comments and concerns, which are not only of mine, but those I've mentioned, many local residents, and upholds the reasons for refusal that RBK planning team have provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstone. I've got your speech in front of me, and obviously I was reading through that whilst you were giving your speech, so thank you for that. Mr. Linus, do you have any questions that you would like to ask Councillor Dunstone?
No, I don't, thank you, ma'am. As with other third-party appearances, I may pick up a couple of those points with my own witnesses later on in the inquiry, but I have no questions for Ms. Dunstone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Councillor Dunstone, you're more than welcome to stay, or obviously you may leave the event if you wish. We will be now moving on to the Council's first witness, which is on energy related issues. If you wish to leave, then just do so. If you wish, obviously, to attend a future event because you want to ask some questions, as I said, of the appellant's witnesses on the relevant matters that you've highlighted, then you're more than welcome to do so. So thank you, Councillor Dunstone. Thank you. So on that note, can I please ask Mr. Burton to call his first witness, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Could I just ask Mr. Feltham? Mr. Feltham, have you sent round Mr. Maguire's list of the documents he'll be referring to? And if you haven't,
yes, I will. I will send that round now. So yes, okay.
Right. Okay. Madam, I should say I'm assuming, based on an indication I think we gave in the case management conference, that so far as core documents are concerned, or most of them anyway, you're simply working electronically. But
yes,
great. Okay, that was my assumption. Fine. So
if it helps, ma'am, I have no objection to Mr. Burton proceeding without us having seen the list, we can catch up whenever it comes through to us, if that's going to help you make progress, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. If there are documents that I haven't got up on my screens, then it may just take me a couple of minutes to just find them and then bring them up. But it could just be you just want me to just know, and I can look them up later. I don't necessarily have to have them in front of me now.
Okay, well, madam, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry the list hasn't come round. I apologise.
That's fine. I was just checking my emails, but no, my case officer hasn't sent anything, but I presume it hasn't been sent yet. So
okay. All right.
It has been sent, but it's on its way.
That's okay. It's when my case officer picks it up as well. She does have other cases to deal with as well. So
well, it won't. I've got a copy of the list because obviously it come to me. I can tell you, madam, it won't surprise you. It begins with all of Mr. Maguire's proof rebuttal on the notes he sent yesterday,
which I have up. Yes,
and of course, Mr. Stanley's proof rebuttal and the supplementary proof he sent on Monday. Okay, let's proceed. Mr. Maguire, let me begin, please, by introducing you. Now, you are Alex Maguire, and just before I come to your various written documents, you, in terms of your qualifications, your experience, I'm going to turn to your main proof of evidence to introduce you to the inquiry. Now, you are a building services engineer and building physicist. Your qualifications, as I understand it, begin with a first-class honours degree in building services engineering from the University of Northumbria at Newcastle. There were, in fact, some qualifications prior to that. You are also a full member of CIBSE, which I understand is the Chartered Institute of Building Services Engineers. You've actually written Chartered Construction, but is it the Chartered Institute?
It's the Chartered Institution of Building Services Engineers. That's a mistake on my part.
Fine, okay. I think we probably all sort of plot that. You're a chartered engineer registered with the Engineering Council UK. Is that right?
Yep, correct.
And in terms of your job, you're currently a director at FLOH Consulting Limited.
Yep, that's correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Yep.
Now, obviously, you've given us a flavour of your experience, Mr. Maguire. In your proof, you say 25 years of experience in the building services sector, vast range of experience across project types and system types, energy modelling services, and a variety of projects. Now, is there anything at this stage you want to add to your experience before I move on?
Yes, I would. Thanks. I neglected to add in that summary of my experience that I'm also a visiting professor at the University of Surrey, where I'm managing a module on urban regeneration currently. I'd also like to add that a little bit of background in terms of heat network experience, with particular relevance to some of the challenges that have been claimed at this development. So I've been involved in heat networks for over 15 years. The first project I was involved with in the UK was the conversion and adaptation of listed former malting houses in a coastal location, which used biomass boiler to serve the heat network. So that presented a number of challenges in the very early days of heat network development in the UK. That experience has continued over the last 15 or so years, and I've been involved in a range of new build or existing or refurbishment projects as well. One further challenging project where we managed to implement modern technology was some work we did at the district heating scheme that serves the British Museum, and I designed the first lower temperature part of that network, which serves the White Wing, and within the White Wing, the Islamic galleries, which were refurbished a few years ago. So that building, as you can imagine, presented all of the most challenging of challenges that you could expect to face when trying to integrate a replacement or future technology within an existing situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, a question that if I remember, I try to ask all the expert witnesses, whatever side they're on. Are you able to give us an indication of the split of your work as between, on the one hand, local planning authorities acting as decision-making local planning authorities, and on the other, developers who might, of course, include local planning authorities developing sites?
Yes, yeah, of course. And interestingly, there's another layer to that as well. So
Right.
so the experience in terms of of my client base, if you like, is probably split pretty evenly between private developers, local authority developers, and then work directly for local authorities on existing systems. But then further to that, my experience is also probably split equally in terms of the development of designs for the heat networks, the delivery, and then crucially problem solving and an issue rectification or investigative work at the at the tail end or post completion. So it's a multifaceted breadth of experience.
Okay, thank you. Now, you have prepared a main proof that runs to 32 pages. Is that right?
Yes.
A rebuttal proof that runs to 15 pages, correct?
Yes.
And some notes
Yes.
yesterday that we've confirmed Madam Inspector has. Okay. Now, the way your chief is going to work, Mr. Maguire, I don't know if you've given evidence at an inquiry before.
No, not in this situation.
Right,
not in an inquiry.
Okay, so the way your chief is going to work is that everything that is in those written documents, certainly your proof and your rebuttal, the notes may, I think, probably a different matter, but the proof and the rebuttal, Madam Inspector has read, absorbed. You don't need to repeat anything in there. As Madam Inspector says, it's a question of absolutely make key points clear, make sure no one's under any misunderstanding, but we won't be repeating that. That stands as the first part of your evidence in chief, as it were. What you say orally is the other part of your evidence in chief. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah, that's clear.
All right, very, very good. So the first question about your proof and your rebuttal is whether there's anything, well, have you had a chance to read them recently, and is there anything in them that you need to correct or amend in any way, other than the name of Sibsy?
Yeah, that was an unfortunate error. There's actually, I have reread the proof and rebuttal along with the other documents in preparation for today. There is one other error I've noticed, and that is at section 1.7 of my proof, where I incorrectly state that urban greening is not considered here, when of course I do consider urban greening within that document.
Fine. Anything else?
No.
Okay, very good. Now, look. Obviously, firstly, there's a great deal in terms of the number of pages of material before Madam Inspector from you, but also from Mr. Stanley, who's effectively your opposite number for most of your evidence, and this is a very technical area, clearly. So I understand, I believe, have you thought about how to present your evidence in chief?
Yes, I have.
You have a plan?
Yeah, yes, yeah. I've got a plan. Yes.
Okay, very good. What is your plan?
Well, it's obviously evolved over the last few days, given the further evidence that I had to consider. But I want to be as efficient as possible with my time, and you'll forgive me, but I do need to get into some quite detailed and technical arguments. But the structure of the evidence is going to be to briefly discuss policy requirements, discuss the need for a single energy strategy, which are two main areas of disagreement between the parties. I then want to discuss the appeal scheme proposals and the claim challenges. And as I move into that, what I'd like to do is then talk to the notes of that I prepared over the last few days, and then guide everyone through my thoughts on those, and then what they mean to the to the submission as it stands. And then after that, which I think will be the bulk of my evidence today, I'd like to discuss cooling and overheating, then touch on urban greening, and then the office to residential conversion.
Okay, very good. Well, that sounds like a structure. Okay, so moving swiftly on, why don't you deal with your first of those, which was policy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to my camera is in this screen, but I've got other screens where I have electronic versions of some of the documents, and then I've also got a number of paper hard copy versions of my proof rebuttal and Mr. Stanley's proof rebuttal as well. So I'll try and focus on the camera, but forgive me if I do look around while speaking. So the first point I want to make is in relation to the London Plan 2021, and that's core document 5.3. And in my schedule of documents, I've suggested that we start at page 342. And so this is the London Plan 2021, and there weren't any material amendments from the intent to publish version of the London Plan before publication of the 2021 version. And the relevant policy there, the key policy for what I'm talking about is SI2, on sustainable infrastructure. And SI2 has four key elements in relation to today. The first being that a development must have an energy hierarchy, and that is to apply the lean, clean, green, and seen principles.
Yep.
SI2B is for there to be a detailed energy strategy for the development. SI3 is energy infrastructure. And then SI4 is managing heat risk, and managing heat risk will come up later in my evidence under the cooling and overheating element.
Okay, so right, we were looking at SI2, and then you moved on through the plan to SI3 and SI4. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Just as a point of reference. Sorry. Yes.
Yep. All right. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
So. Yeah, the point of having an energy hierarchy and a detailed energy hierarchy are SI2A and A and B. So I think the first and most important aspect of this is to apply the energy hierarchy, and that is, as I said, the lean, clean, green, seen mantra. So at the lean stage, it's a requirement to use efficient design to reduce demand by a minimum of 10%. So there's a mechanism for, which I won't go into, there's a mechanism for calculating the energy demand of the development. But then the first port of call is for the design team to reduce demand by a minimum of 10%, and that's normally done by fabric improvements and what have you. Thereafter, the energy strategy must demonstrate that the energy required is delivered in a clean manner, and that's making sure that the resultant energy that the building needs is generated and delivered as efficiently as possible to further reduce carbon emissions. And then that following that is the application of renewable technology. And I mean, there's there's a reason why the order is the way it is, and that's just to avoid what we would refer to as bolt-ons, and that has happened a lot in the past, where people have just chosen, not to go through those steps, but just to achieve compliance by applying some renewable technology to the development. The London plan clearly says that you have to get that demand down as far as possible. You have to reduce the carbon emissions of the energy that you use before you start looking at green renewable technology. And I think it's also worth pointing out that the London plan would consider a heat pump based heat network as a clean solution, although heat pumps are considered renewable. And the reason they're considered renewable is because they can draw air from their surroundings or another media, and they can convert electrical energy into a greater number of useful units of thermal energy. So that's why they're generally considered as renewable technology. But in the case of the London plan, for heat networks anyway, they're covered by the clean.
There, right. I understand where I'm here.
So, so what's the mechanism of applying the energy hierarchy?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to just forgive me. I've got the same list of core documents printed here. So, CD 513, the energy assessment guidance, produced by the GLA.
Because hold on, Madam Inspector doesn't have the list yet. So CD 513.
CD 513 is energy assessment guidance.
Yeah.
Produced by the GLA.
Yeah.
I'll just wait till you tell me to go.
Yeah. Just wait for Madam Inspector's nod that she's got the document up.
Just bear with me, okay?
So this, and just whilst Madam Inspector's getting it up, so this is the one titled Energy Assessment Guidance, Greater London Authority Guidance on Preparing Energy Assessments as Part of Planning Applications, April 2020 draft.
That's correct, yeah.
Oops, there we go. Thank you. I've got it up.
Great. Thank you, Madam. Right, go, Mr. McGuire.
Thanks. So this document, as the title suggests, is the guidance document for preparing an energy statement, and at page 4, the document, and I'll go there myself. At page 4 of the document.
What paragraph?
At page 4, paragraph 1.5.
Yeah.
It states that the energy assessment must fully comply with policies SI2 to SI4 inclusive of the London plan, and recognising the integrated nature of London plan policies take account of relevant design, spatial, air quality, transport and climate change, adaptation policies in the plan. And the reason that I raise this is that it again refers to a singular energy statement, and this paragraph, if it weren't clear elsewhere, is what enacts the range of sustainable infrastructure policies SI2 to SI4 and their associated supporting paragraphs. So that is how the policy is brought in to the requirement to produce an energy assessment.
Okay. Can I just ask you a question about this document, Mr. McGuire? Now, it says it's draft.
Yeah.
That's what it says on the title.
Yes.
So why, may I ask, why have you taken, Madam Inspector, to this document as opposed to the one immediately before it in the core documents, CD 512, which is the 2016 guidance? on energy assessments.
This document supersedes the 2016 document, and it's been produced to align with the London Plan 2021, and it still remains draft, but the GLA does state within the London Plan that it will update this from time to time, and one of the key reasons that it's going to be updated from time to time is because of changing carbon factors. So a carbon factor is the level of emission of carbon per kilowatt hour of energy consumed, and when we consider gas and electricity, it wasn't too long ago that the carbon emission factor of electricity was 4 times that of gas, perhaps not 4 times that of gas. But with the significant uptake in renewable energy technologies throughout the UK, we've seen that the carbon emission factor of electricity reduce significantly, much that it's in a similar region now to gas, and it's predicted to continue falling. So it's important that the GLA has a mechanism to refine and update that, particularly as it's supporting the growth of electricity-led networks, heat networks.
I see. I mean, I see that in the supporting text to policy SI2, paragraph 9.2.12, there is a reference to the Mayor publishing further planning guidance on sustainable design and construction, and it says will continue to regularly update the guidance on preparing energy strategies.
Yes.
For major development. Okay, is that what you had in mind?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I interrupted. Continue.
I'd said that the energy assessment has to comply with policies SI2 and SI4 and the energy statement. And why does it do this? Why does it enact all of these other pieces of the policy? Well, the reason it does that, the reason it's framed the way it is because that's the only way to ensure that carbon reduction opportunities aren't missed. Because if a holistic approach isn't taken to the development of a design, and that doesn't just involve the building services engineer, as we were more traditionally called, albeit we perform a lot more, a wider range of functions now. It involves the architect, structural engineer, planning. All disciplines need to work together to reduce the carbon emissions from a development, not just at design stage, but through its life. And I think that's another key reason why the energy assessment guidance, and if we go to 2.9, paragraph 2.9, if you bear with me.
Yeah.
Which is on page 11 of 72 or 8 of the numbered pages.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
And I'll read it because it's important. Planning conditions and/or Section 106 agreements should not be used to secure the implementation of proposed measures. They must not be used to secure feasibility work that normally underpins a planning application, as this will be too late in the process for feasibility work to influence the design of the development. And it's so true. That statement is so true. And I fear that that's unfortunately I fear that this hasn't happened on this development.
Sorry, what hasn't happened? I mean, we're not at the condition stage yet.
No, sorry. The final sentence the second half of the final sentence, because it's too late in the process to influence the design of the development. I think that the design team hadn't engaged and considered all of the issues associated with the singular energy statement stroke approach for the whole development sufficiently early in the process to capture the significant benefits that can be realized by adopting an integrated approach. So I feel I read that as seeing that, as reinforcing that, the need to consider the approaches at the earliest possible opportunity, and London Plan, SI3, and the EAG both refer to CP1, the CIBSE Code of Practice, and that is the code of practice for heat network design in the UK, published by my professional body, CIBSE, and I've undertaken the training on the earlier 2016 edition, the update on the 2020 edition, and been through and tracked the development of that document through its life. And CP1 is CD 812. And if you let me know.
CD 812, yeah, okay. Hold on. Just wait.
Madam Inspector.
Madam Inspector, everyone else to catch up. Okay, see, yeah. So this is Heat Networks Code of Practice.
Sorry, can I just, sorry, my apologies. CD 812 is not on the, I can't see it on the website.
Right. That is.
And just to confirm, I'm using the appeal website on the council's website.
Yes.
Where all the documents should be, so that the
public,
unless it is there somewhere else, but in terms of numerical order, it's not there. So I'm just scrolling down to just see if it's somewhere else. So that's okay if you can refer to the appropriate paragraphs, etc., or see where else I can access that document from. I can look it up later, but if you want me to look at the wording now,
yeah,
I've only got until 8.9, CD 8.9, and then it starts into 9.
Yeah, it might have been added later. They haven't been sorted into number order, obviously. I wonder if Mr. Felton can assist.
If it helps, I have the paragraph reference,
okay.
and I'm going to read out the paragraph.
All right.
If you want to do that, and then the council can sort out the making sure those any missing documents are added to the website later. That's fine. Thank you, okay. Mr. Burton.
Yes. Well, please go,
okay.
go, Mr. McGuire.
Okay.
You read out your paragraph. Give us a reference, please.
So. On page 6,
right,
in CP1, after the REBA plan of work, it's the second paragraph after the extract from the REBA plan of work, and it says a successful heat network project will only be realized when the key design principles have been properly considered and implemented from initial briefing and feasibility through to operation in an integrated manner. So this is the Bible for heat network design in the UK, and it makes this point very, very early on that well, it says exactly what it says, doesn't it? That a successful project will only be realised when the key principles have been considered and implemented. And that successful word is very important, because that, in the context of CP1, that means generation efficiency, distribution efficiency. It means good levels of service provision, user satisfaction, and many other aspects. But I actually don't, unfortunately, think that's happened here. And it's relatively clear that it hasn't happened. I don't think that'll come as a shock, because if we refer to CD 122, which was the energy strategy for the original energy strategy for the scheme.
Yeah, so that's the one submitted with the application.
The submitted with the application. Yes, yeah. That document has been authored by Couch Perry Wilkes and prepared for T2 and T3 in isolation of T1. And if to prove that, if you look within the appendices of CD 122, you will find Codd-Bentley's energy statement, which is at that point what I think was the energy statement for the 2018 application or revised 2019. And so Codd-Bentley have prepared a separate document in advance of the energy statement being prepared for T2 and T3, and that's been inserted into the energy statement. And I think that's a major failing, because it just proves that it's not integrated. And it's also worth pointing out that Codd-Bentley have a great deal of experience with the existing tower, and Codd-Bentley authored the energy and sustainability assessment for the 2015 scheme, which was CD 7.1D.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's background, is it? Okay.
It is, but there's an important point which I'd like to make here. I won't go into it, but I'd like to make it here, because in that energy statement or sustainability statement from 2015, Codd-Bentley actually proposed a heat pump solution for the existing T1 tower, and that's a heat pump solution that we're told wouldn't be appropriate for the existing tower now, for a variety of reasons that I'll get into later. So the point of all of this background is to say we don't have a holistic energy strategy for the development, and that leads to missed opportunities. And I've asked this. I've asked for justification, and because I see it as a fundamental failing. And I asked these questions throughout my proof and rebuttal, which I won't repeat. But Mr. Stanley's rebuttal doesn't actually answer these claims that I've made. The answers sidestep the points that I'm making, or divert the response to something else. And I will always just come back to the fact that with two energy statements, one prepared in 2019, added into a document that was submitted in 2021, unchanged, you can't, there's absolutely no conceivable way that design could be integrated. And why does that matter? So someone might say, well, so what, they're different buildings? Well, as I've explained, if you're going to consider reducing carbon across an entire development, you have to consider all demands. You have to look at the load profile of the development, what the needs are. You have to integrate that into a holistic strategy. And going back to the point I made at the start of this section of my evidence, the application of the energy hierarchy means that you must do that. So being lean, reduce energy demand. Well, how can you reduce energy demand? Well, you can improve your thermal performance of the envelope. And originally, it was claimed that there were limitations on what could be achieved with the existing tower. The T2 and T3, they're adopting a fabric-first approach. They are reducing or improving the thermal performance of the elements considerably. But through my short time of involvement in this project, we've now had confirmation, and I'll cover it later on, that actually we can improve the U value of the existing tower more to reduce demand. And I shouldn't be. It's not my job to encourage and get the design team working cooperatively and exploring and achieving the best possible outcome. I'm just saying that they haven't done that, and there's evidence that further evidence that they haven't. And the other element then is that in terms of being clean, and using the lowest carbon form of energy to serve the development, well, it's only by looking at your overall energy demands and then diversifying them that you'll be able to optimize the design of the heat network, and that results in significant reductions in central plant capacity. It leads to increases in efficiency, and ultimately reduces the carbon emission of the development. So if you haven't done that and considered the most appropriate means at the B lean stage, you haven't applied the energy hierarchy either. And I'd say that looking at the performance claimed for the ambient loop network from CPW, Couch Perry Wilkes, for T2 and T3, I mean, that's a very high, and in the sense of seeing high here, high performing system. I mean, carbon emissions are very low. So it's often a little quirk of how we describe things. So it's a very high performing system, and I mean, with a fraction of the carbon emissions of the existing tower. And as I'll get on to the technical, the purported technical limitations. There's there's no reason why at the B lean stage you wouldn't just apply that, along with the corresponding reduction in central plant capacity that it would afford. So that's the
sorry, Mr. Ratner. So the ambient the ambient loop network for T1 and T2, that's the air source heat.
Sorry,
right?
Sorry, yes. So if I and forgive me with some of my descriptions throughout this process, because when I refer to the ambient loop network, for T2 and T3, that is the CPW proposal to have central air source heat pumps, a heat network or heat networks. I'm still not clear whether there are two completely independent systems for T2 and T3, or whether there is one that is interconnected. I'm unsure. so that those heat pumps then serve an ambient loop, and as the name suggests, the ambient refers to the temperature, which is akin to the ambient external temperature, 25 degrees or so, circulating through the building. And then within the individual dwellings, there are further terminal heat pumps, and these are the water-to-water heat pumps, which then use the refrigeration cycle to elevate the grade of energy that's being circulated around the ambient loop to deliver it to the apartment at, say, 55 degrees, because they have a vessel of stored water in them, or lower for space heating, or whatever, however the designer chooses for the most efficient operation of the system. So that, yes, the ambient loop approach for T3 is just that. You'll hear me make reference to a site-wide ambient loop, and in that sense, I will mean an ambient loop for the entire development, all 3 towers, with and operating in the same manner as I've just explained for T2 and T3. Yeah. So that's the distinction there. Okay. You'll also hear me refer to the, I intend to cover these a little further on, but you'll also hear me refer to the gas-based approach for the appeal scheme, or a gas-based site-wide scheme, which I'll explain later.
All right, fine. Okay. No, that's thank you. I just thought we'd just try to.
Yes, yeah. Forgive me. I take it for granted sometimes. Yeah.
No, that's fine. It's technical, so we have to make sure, not just Madam Inspector, of course, most importantly Madam Inspector, but any members of the public can follow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Can I just interject just for 1 second? My apologies to the council. The documents are on. That they were just not in the right order. So I do have the CP1 up, etc. So I do apologise. They were just out of order.
That's what I suspected, Madam. As you imagine,
I thought so. It was just looking very quickly, trying to find the document. I just missed it. So
what happened? The documents have been uploaded by the council in the order they came in from the parties. Of course, the parties have obviously categorised them logically by starting number, but that doesn't mean they've ended up in a nice,
which is fine. So
okay, thank you, Madam. Right, so Mr. Maguire, right, you were yes, where have you got up to?
So I've I've discussed the need for applying the hierarchy, and I'd actually jump forward from where I wanted to be in my head to discuss those systems. But I think that so it's actually a very good, it's an opportune moment now, because what I'd like to discuss now is the requirement for a communal system. So most importantly, apply the energy hierarchy. Demonstrate you've applied that energy hierarchy, and that comes down to carbon reduction. I will say actually that there is a requirement to achieve 100% carbon reduction on the development, and when the building is when the demands and the carbon emissions are modelled, there'll be a level of carbon emission for the building as proposed. That's compared to what we call a notional building, which follows a set calculation methodology. And then if the proposed scheme isn't 100% better than that notional scheme, then the applicant has to make a carbon offset contribution, and that's based on the carbon emission or the volume of carbon emissions through over a 30-year life of the installation. Now, and I think
I think in this case we have there is a carbon offset.
Yes. Oh, yes, there is. Yes.
1.4 million or something like that.
I'm not even. I hadn't even intended to go into any of that today, because that's it's in the documentation. But the important point is that the ability to use the carbon offset fund isn't well, it is a right. I mean, people can do it, but it's not expected that you get somewhere and then you just pay the money. You know,
Right.
It's a fallback if you can't get to 100% and you can't demonstrate you can get to 100%. So it's not it's not just one step in the process, if you like. It's a fallback if you can't achieve the level of performance that's required, and that's all the more crucial in looking at the lean, the lean and clean stages in terms of reducing that demand as far as possible. So the designer is obligated to drive that down, and the last resort, after applying green technologies, the last resort is the offset. So sorry, I just wanted to make that point, and should have made it sooner. So I want to talk now about the requirement for a communal system, and the appellant has questioned where there is a requirement for a communal system, and I have to say that that it isn't mandatory. It isn't mandatory. It's certainly the preference, and both the council and the GLA have said this. It's certainly the preference to have a communal strategy, but the requirement or the ability to not adopt a communal site-wide approach is put down to a test of viability. So if I felt that the appellant had followed all of the steps and addressed satisfactorily all of the stages of the energy hierarchy in producing the singular energy statement for the development, then and it's said actually separate systems are the way to go here, then I might not be sitting here now, but as it happens, that they haven't done that, and I haven't seen that demonstrated. And
this, Mr. McGuire, this is what you're explaining in your rebuttal at 215 to 217.
Yes,
you've got a quote that ends at 217. Alternatives may be appropriate where evidence is provided that a communal system is uneconomic, and you're talking about this energy assessment guidance 2020. There is that right?
Yes, I am. Yes, yeah. So there are many ways of delivering thermal energy, but if you followed those steps in the energy hierarchy, then you would probably get to the point that the communal approach was best. So why have I gone through all of why is the test important? Going back to some of the earlier points I made about the need to consider the design early in the stages, use all members of the design team and adopt a holistic approach, is because applying the process prevents decisions being taken on inaccurate or misleading information. Because if someone doesn't have the full picture and they make a decision based on one piece or one small part, then that could have huge implications, of missed opportunity. And I think that's the case here, because I haven't seen some of the most basic design information that you would prepare at the early stages if you were considering if you were considering properly considering a site-wide approach as part of a feasibility study, whether it's discounted or not, you would still have provided the basic thermal demands. We haven't seen a a summary of the different options that might be available, and for a site-wide solution. And we haven't seen firm evidence to back up claimed constraints. We've seen lots and lots of information, lots of documentation, lots of claims, but I haven't seen information that if I were designing the system, I would have to say, we can't do that because of just this, not me seeing we can't do it because of that. We have the, you know, we have the firm evidence, and that's not there. So there's lots missing. You know, there's lots missing to, you know, to say that they did actually consider this. So this all says that there's nothing that says that, you know, being lean, being clean, and then the associated viability tests consider all site-wide options. Now, I will say that the appellant's gone to great length in the documentation since the since the submission to justify that a site-wide approach isn't appropriate. But again, it's not, you know, it's missing the most, you know, the most basic information. There's been a claim as well that site-wide ambient loop approaches have been considered. It always comes back to a limitation on electrical supply. But within Mr. Stanley's rebuttal, which is CD 915 at page 12. This is an important. I'll try not to draw attention to what, you know, go into the proofs and rebuttals, but this one's important because at page 12 it's stated that could Bentley investigated the potential of using an ambient loop system at the early stages of design. Well, why wasn't it the design team?
Is that at the foot of page 12? I can see, I see that.
Yeah, 217.
Yeah.
I mean, why, you know, it's so if could Bentley did do this, you know, why doesn't Couch Perry Wilkes know all about it, and why wasn't Couch Perry Wilkes inputting into it? Because Couch Perry Wilkes have actually designed the more modern, shall we say, approach to heat network design. But in any event, there's no evidence of it. There's no evidence that this is, you know, this has been undertaken, and I say that, you know, that when I've asked the question or when I've read the documents, what I glean is that the barrier is reinforcement of the electrical network being claimed as the primary reason. Well, again, I've no evidence to say that is the case, but I have to say that we're looking at a development that, I mean, I haven't looked at the costs and viability, but we're looking at a development that might be in the order of £100 million, maybe. I mean, really, is reinforcing the HV network a challenge? No. Is it something that you would do routinely on major development? Yes. So it's not justified, and you know, it may well come with a significant cost, or you know, it might not be as much as claimed, as we'll touch on later. But you know, we've seen nothing to say this is what the demand is, other than the information that came through on Monday, which I'll go through soon. And we've seen, you know, we've seen nothing in terms of the overall demand. We've seen nothing in terms of the, you know, as firm evidence that says this level of reinforcement required. And I think that if I'm to step back again and go back to the point I made earlier on about could Bentley haven't developed its design and Couch Perry Wilkes then developing its design. There's a reality there that all of the work undertaken by Could Bentley, which has been developed to stage 4, REBA stage 4, which is technical design. So that's what you would have before you went out to tender on a project.
Right.
I mean, that's going to have been a considerable sum to design the systems for this building. And also, I think that the other reality is that private developers, in my experience, are less happy about adopting site-wide approaches because of the necessary interaction between the various buildings, and that it binds a development together. So there needs to be some significant upfront capital investment, and you need to plan routes through the building, and you need to continuously commission and monitor and manage the system as it's evolving. And that's no mean feat. It's certainly something that would be time consuming, but there is an issue there in terms of the investment in the system up front. So that's broadly what I wanted to see on policy and requirement. Is that
okay? Yeah. Well, that's
okay.
That's. I mean, I think we're going to have to keep the pace high as far as you can, Mr. McGuire.
Okay, I'll speed up. Apologies.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've actually dived away from what I wanted to say earlier from the structure I'd thought out already and considered a number of other aspects already. But we if we look at the proposals and see what is being proposed, I'll again just want to dive back to CP1, and I'll read this reference for you.
Okay, where are you, please?
So CD 812.
812, yeah.
Which is CP1.
Yeah.
And then it's page. Page 9. And then under A2.1.
Yeah.
So I think because there's been some reference to seeing about heat networks and the requirement for a heat network, or whether that's a communal or a system or whatever. But I think it's really important to just define here that that a heat network, as defined by CIBSE, is or usually comprises the flow and return pipes that convey heat from a heat source, which is the energy center, to customers. The previous definition that CIBSE used was it's to more than one separate consumer, and I still apply that logic that the heat network is anything that serves more than one separate consumer. So what's being proposed? As I said, 2 ambient loops. I don't know if they're connected or not for T2 and T3. And then a gas-based heat network for T1 with some air source heat pump technology. And that heat network technology, that air source heat pump technology is what I would call a return temperature elevating heat pump.
Right.
And that's just to bump up the return temperature from the network before it goes into the boilers, with the gas-based boilers being the predominant form of energy generation. And then there's a separate chilled water network for T1. So the The ambient loop in T2, T3 is capable of providing both heating and cooling of the residential parts. And it does that by the source sink principle in a reverse cycle in the heat pump. The source sink principle being that the ambient loop either gives or receives energy from the network at any time, and it allows effective balancing with simultaneous heating and cooling. So it's very efficient at period, particularly mid-season. The chilled water, the T1 system is a gas-based heat network, and then there's a separate piped chilled water network for cooling of the residential parts. So I've since my involvement been asking why a site-wide ambient loop system hasn't been incorporated, and councils advocated full consideration of a site-wide network, as has the GLA, and I think that given the policy that I described earlier on, and given the lack of evidence demonstrating that policy's been provided, I think the council was entirely right to refuse on this ground.
Okay, so can I ask why would a site-wide ambient loop be good?
Well,
in carbon terms, it may be very obvious, but
okay. Well, I think if we'll get into the figures when I jump over to the supplementary notes, but right. The ambient loop, the ambient loop is far more efficient than is demonstrated as being far more efficient than the gas-based system within proposed for T1. Now, the proportion of carbon emission from T2, T3 is significantly less than that for T1 as currently proposed, based on the appellant's own calculations. It's probably it's less than a third, I think. I haven't actually worked out what it is, but now the appellant will say, well, the building's more airtight, the building's got better thermal performance, and yes, it does. But the predominant demand within residential development is domestic hot water now these days. As fabric is being improved envelope performance, and by envelope I mean the walls, floors, windows, etc. Improving the performance of those, sealing up the building more reduces heat loss. So heat loss is very, very low now, and that is why overheating is a problem, because heat is trapped in the building. So it affects winter performance. And you would have to say, well, it may be slightly it might not the carbon emissions, because of the increased demand, the nominally increased demand of T1, because the fabric isn't as good as T2, T3, would result in slightly higher demand, but it wouldn't be anywhere near, according to the appellant's evidence, if I just apply the two, that wouldn't be anywhere near what's proposed for the system, for what's being calculated for the system as proposed. So you apply proportionally
for T2, T3.
For T2, T3. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, no. It wouldn't be anywhere near the level it was. Looking at it the other way, it wouldn't be anywhere near the level that it will be for T2, T3 with the ambient plus T1 with the gas-based network, if they all had the ambient loop approach. And similarly, it wouldn't be anywhere near what it is claimed to be for the appellant's gas-based site-wide approach that it's used in comparison, but that's not what anyone's asked for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Well, that certainly answered my question on why an ambient loop site wide would be good. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. So when I've asked these questions, and there were some of the arguments actually presented in, forgive me, CD 122, the original submission energy strategy, and then verbally during a conference call that the appellant's design team very helpfully held with me, and that was very informative, and I thank them for that. So the issues that were raised were technical suitability regarding air source heat pumps, electrical installation capacity, and space and distribution, and cost. Those issues have evolved. I mean, we've had a little bit of a back and forth through the evidence and proof process, but those points have now evolved. And Mr. Stanley summarizes those issues within his proof, and that's CD 998 at page 36. So they've changed. I don't think so, because I think I'll talk through. I'll talk through those issues, because I'm conscious of about time. But interestingly, the technical suitability argument has dropped away. Some others have come in, and some other arguments have come in through the rebuttal. But I think I'd even though technical suitability isn't there, I still think it's important that I mention it, because in my proof, I questioned why the appellant had made the claim that the T1 would have a higher heat and water temperature requirement. Well, as I explained earlier on here, it wouldn't, because the highest temperature part of the highest temperature demand in the system is domestic hot water. You can overcome heat losses by reducing temperature and changing emitter sizes, and that's commonplace. If you replace a heating system in an existing building, even if you maintain the existing fuel source, what we do now is we reduce from the more traditional 82, 71 flow and return temperatures of a heating system, now to 70, 50 flow and return. So going out 70, coming back at 50, or even 60, 40, depending upon the means of delivering that heat to the space. It's just something you do. You don't question it. You don't even. It's not even something that enters your head when you're looking at it. You just go through the process. The rebuttal, CS 915 at the top of page 7, now concedes actually that we can have the heating system within T1 can actually be run at 55 degrees, and that's a huge, that's a hugely important point, that again should have been addressed sooner, in terms of the evolving design, and further.
So can I just check? Sorry, make sure I'm following where you are. So you're at page 7.
Yeah.
Right, and I can see at the top there, it says, well, it's obviously reading from the page over, Code Bentley have reduced the heating system circulation water temperature from 70 degrees to 55. Yes. Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
Well, the appellant's own evidence actually confirms why it matters, because in the rebuttal, Mr. Stanley says that it means that the but by dropping the temperature, you're effectively future-proofing the network such that it can be served by air source heat pumps in future, because 55 is a sensible temperature for the heat pumps to work at. Whereas before, the claim was that the water needed to be too high for the temperature of the water was too great for effective heat pump operation in T1.
Sorry, but that's the future. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, that may well be the future, but it means that heat pump technology could be used now as well.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you. I'm
sorry. Yeah, I should have been clear.
Yeah.
My apologies. So another argument was heat loss, and I visited site and couldn't see why, with the depth of void available, the thermal performance of the external wall couldn't be improved further. But now it's been conceded that it can be, and I think I mentioned that earlier on in terms of the B-lean step of the energy hierarchy. So we've got two very important points here. That yes, the heat, the heat network in T1 can be operated at a lower temperature, and yes, we can improve the thermal performance of the building further than we thought previously. So two big barriers that were claimed to the implementation of heat pump technology have been overcome in a very short space of time. That should have happened however many months ago when this was being designed. And there are a few other arguments presented there. I mean, imbalance on the network. I mean, that is meaningless. Every network, is dynamic. The demands change, especially with the advent of two-port control and variable volume pumping. And we use devices in the system now that regulate the amount of pressure taken out in certain legs of the system to mean that there aren't imbalances in the system. So I don't believe that one. And then I think the others are carbon cost in terms of emissions. Well, again, it hasn't been demonstrated that the site-wide ambient loop hasn't been assessed in detail and hasn't been demonstrated. What the appellant is always saying is we haven't got enough electrical capacity, so we're looking at a gas-based solution for site-wide, and that's not what anyone's asking to be undertaken, and then the point on different policy requirements, that's again, it's immaterial. The fact that you have to, and I think actually my point on heat loss reinforces that the fact that you have to do one thing for the new build, you have to achieve a certain level of performance for the new build, which they've gone way beyond. They have gone way beyond that. The fact that you've got to do that, but the fact that you've then got to just reach threshold levels for existing and you just stop there, I mean, that's hardly a hardly a limitation, is it? When you can, when I've already proven, well, I haven't proven, the appellant's proven that they can improve the performance of the building. So they were those technical points there were the points that I wanted to cover before I defer to the further note, the supplementary notes that I prepared that I prepared and issued yesterday. Yeah,
and you're right. So you're going to talk to those, as I
yes,
understand.
I need. Yes, I need to. I mean, there's a lot on my mind now, and I need to refer to these because there was a lot of information that allowed me to go back and explore and deduce matters that I've already said were lacking.
Okay, so
can I? Sorry,
Madam,
Mr.
I'm conscious of the time.
Thank you. Do you know how much longer this element will take? Not that I want to rush Mr. Maguire at all, but in terms of taking a break.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Mr. Maguire. How long is it going to take us to go through this note, or should we have a break now and come back?
Oh, I'll apologise in advance, but I think it could be up to an hour going through this, so I'd like a break if possible.
Okay. We clearly should have a break. I mean, you have been going, I think, Mr. Maguire, since about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
You've been going for about an hour and a quarter. Now,
right.
Just,
it didn't.
Just to let you know.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it. Sorry.
No. All right. I mean, we don't want to rush you, but on the other hand, we need to move at a clip.
Okay.
If possible.
Okay. I'll get a coffee and try and speed myself up. Sorry.
Mr. Linus.
Ma'am, absolutely no problem with that. I understand it's not the easiest technical area to describe or get to grips with for anyone, frankly. Just want to let you know that because I've had problems with my computer, I've now switched. So if you see me appearing as MDR guest, I'm not with my name on the screen from now on. That is why, and I will now turn off the camera on my original computer. I just didn't want you to be surprised by a different title coming on the screen.
Right. Yes, I wouldn't want to see that I've lost one of the advocates. Yes, that would not be good. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you.
You can actually rename yourself in Zoom.
That might be beyond my own technical ability, ma'am.
It's very simple.
I'll check, right.
But you may be able to get somebody else to do that. But it doesn't matter. I know that MDR guest is yourself, so that's absolutely
Thank you very much.
Mr. Burton, then, are you content to take a break now? Then
this seems like the perfect point, madam.
That's what I was thinking.
Maguire's moving to his note.
Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. Can I suggest then, because we are a little bit tight for time, can we take a 20-minute break? I know I would normally take a half an hour, but would 20 minutes be acceptable for all? Just give everybody a chance to have a break, stretch your legs, have a coffee, and then come back. Okay, so it's 1:45. So can everybody be back at 6 minutes? Well, okay, I'll do 7 minutes. Just gone 11:17. So can everybody be back at? I'm trying to do my 20 minutes now. That's my own fault, isn't it?
I'm happy with 11:35, ma'am.
35. Yeah.
Is everybody happy with 11:35?
Yes.
Okay, I'll see you back then. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
If we can start back, please, gentlemen. Thank you. When you're ready then, Mr. Burton.
Just wait. Oh, yes, sorry. I was just waiting for Mr. Linus to come here.
Mr. Linus.
Thanks, Mr. Burton. Mr. Feldham's kindly changed my name on the system, so I'm now back in person, as it were.
Great.
Good to see. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Linus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Burton, then, please.
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Maguire, I suspect you're going to need to put your mic down.
Thanks.
Okay. So you're going to now speak to these notes. Is that right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Go then, please.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So forgive me if I cover some of the things that when I come up against something that I think I've covered already, I'll say that and I'll skip through it. But I'm repeating in section 1 the limitations or the objections to a site-wide system, or at least a site-wide air source heat pump system.
Yeah.
And the claims were technical suitability.
Which you've dealt with.
Which I've dealt with.
Yeah.
Electrical limitation on the HV network, space requirements, distribution requirements, and cost. So these things have been woven into the submission that was made on Monday. Some of these things have been woven into the submission on Monday, but there are still a number of crucial documents still missing, which I list at 1.2. That's a diversified electrical demand for a site-wide ambient loop approach, a thermal demand assessment for any site-wide option, and then no detailed assessment of the claimed thermal storage requirements for any of the options. And it'll become clear as I go through why these are interrelated.
Okay, great, good. And I think I've seen you're going to, because diversified, you're going to explain that, aren't you?
I am, yes, yeah.
Good.
So,
right.
so I've put a little section in here that I'll get to about diversification,
okay,
and forgive me if I have been going too technical, but that is necessarily technical. But I'll try and get through things as quickly as I can. So, so firstly, on the ambient loop electrical demand. So what's being provided is the electrical maximum demand calculation prepared by Couch Perry Wilkes for T2 and T3.
Yeah, so this is Mr. Stanley's Monday. This is in his Monday documents.
It is, yes, yes, it is. It is. So there at page. I haven't referenced all of the sections throughout.
Well, we're in Appendix A, aren't we?
Appendix A, yeah. At page 5 of the numbered pages.
Yeah.
So there's a little cover narrative, and then there are these two load assessments that have been prepared. So as I said, we've got the Couch Perry Wilkes estimate of maximum demand for T2 and T3, and then what we have is the further assessment entitled Electrical Load Ambient Loop from Cud Bentley. Interestingly, dated 7th of October, meaning it was prepared in the last week, not as might have been suggested by earlier responses that this was considered some time ago. So the covering narrative here summarizes the demand and then claims that the demand of a development using ambient loop network would be 3.192 MVA. Now that's made up of 1.455 MVA from the CPW estimate and 1.737 from the CB estimate. Now, I have not gone into the build-up of those electrical demand assessments in detail, but there were some things that immediately stood out to me, such as what I would class as double counting of margins. So we we will add margins onto our design calculations depending upon the level of detail. But what we want to do is we want to avoid double counting of margins, because they increase exponentially as they're added on to each stage of the calculation process, if that's what you do. So there's spare capacity within the CPW assessment, and then there's further margin on top of that spare capacity as well.
Where is that on this page?
Well, if you go to
see it?
If you go to page 8,
right,
which
so that's the T2 T3 CPW assessment. Yeah.
So if we just take one example, if we look at Tower 3 apartment loads, underneath the first box we've got apartments total. Can you see that?
Yes.
Top right hand corner. So you see the estimate is 123.3 kilowatts, but then there's a further 10% of spare capacity added.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Which isn't necessary if you are basing your assessment on the expected demand. Down in the bottom left hand corner, you'll see the summary of total.
Yes.
And within that, there's a margin, a further margin added. So it's 10% on 10%, which when you have a purported limited electrical capacity, it's all the more important to refine your assessment.
I see.
Another example is the Cood-Bentley electrical load assessment, and you'll see that on the second page of the Cood-Bentley electrical load assessment, there is a figure of 864
against air source heat pumps.
Against air source heat pumps.
Yeah,
and that's very important. I'll come on to that in a little more detail later. But one of the important things here is that that allowance is almost double the allowance that Couch Perry Wilkes has in its load assessment for heat pump demand, and there's no reason why it would be double.
Okay.
The reason I point this out is because these little incremental savings and reductions can bring something into the realm of being feasible when you're dealing with certain limitations. Now, the other important...
Sorry, Mr. Maguire, sorry, I know you've got a lot to get through. I just want to understand, in your note here, you've given 2.98 kilowatt per dwelling on T1 compared to 1.55 kilowatt per dwelling. So what have you done to these figures to get to that?
What I've done is I've divided the allowance for air source heat pumps from Cood-Bentley's estimate by the number of units.
Fine. Okay, that's what I imagine you'd done.
Yeah, and then I've done the same for the CPW.
Yeah. Okay. And where do we see that equivalent figure, as it were?
It's
on CPW.
So on CPW on page 10.
Bearing in mind, got two towers there, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, CPW page 8, isn't that?
Sorry,
So you've divided 864 by, I think it's 261 apartments, isn't it, in T1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the heat pumps are defined under the landlord's totals as 210 kilowatts and 135 kilowatts in the central band of information on the CPW load assessment. And I've divided that by the 238 units.
I'm just trying to find that. Sorry.
If you look at landlord.
Yes, I see it. Yeah. Landlord loads. Yeah, got you. 210, 135. So what, you've added those two together and divided by the number of apartments?
238. Yeah.
238. Yeah, got you.
Very, very, very simple rudimentary check.
Yeah.
So the next point. So they have double the amount of heat pump energy per dwelling, which is unnecessary. But crucially, it's not a combined load assessment for the entire development that would realise, particularly with relevance to the heat network, a reduction in peak demand and peak plant capacity.
Yeah. Okay.
So
this is not a site-wide ambient loop assessment.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
It's two separate load assessments undertaken again independently and then presented as being something which I don't believe it is.
Right. Okay.
So why does it matter having a separate? I see it as I move on. Well, it's evidence again that the design team hasn't been coordinated, hasn't adequately considered a site-wide approach, hasn't assessed the electrical capacity for a site-wide approach, which is stated as the biggest barrier to its implementation, because that information still hasn't been provided. And it's evidence that diversity hasn't been considered. Now, I want to just discuss diversity in the context of the heat network. Now, CPW has confirmed that the heat networks within the building have been designed and developed in accordance with CP1 2020 already. That was within the rebuttal. So I just want to touch on diversity, which I do on page 3. I don't want you to, I wasn't intending that you go to CP1 and look at these, hence I put them in. So just to explain the principle of diversity, I find these really, really useful.
Yes, please.
So figure 1 and figure 2 are the diversity graphs for space heating and domestic hot water. They're both from CP1, but the graph for domestic hot water is from a Danish standard DS439, which we've been using in the UK for many, many years, even before publication of the CIBSE document. We were using this, so it's good now that it's that it's part of that code of practice. But CPW has also confirmed that it's working to the diversity levels from DS439. And what this graph shows you is that on the diversity factor on the y-axis and the number of dwellings on the x-axis, you can see that as the number of dwellings increases, the diversity on the network increases as well, albeit the figure drops. That's an increase in diversity.
Sorry, Mr. McGuire, diversity, what is it?
It allows you to trade off simultaneous demand against peak demand. So what it means is, in really simple terms...
Please put it in really simple terms.
It means that everyone in the building won't have a shower at the same time.
Brilliant.
Ever.
Even I can understand that.
Right. So let's say out of 100 people, 10 people have a shower. The plant just needs to be able to cater for those 10 people having a shower. You would never design it. You would never cater for the 100% scenario.
Got you. Okay. Yeah.
So why is this important? So when you claim limitations in supply capacity,
you've moved your mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
When you claim limitations in supply capacity, limitations in space, for plant distribution, cost, all of those things, surely the way that you deal with them, the way you address them, is to actually reduce what you need. And the way you can reduce it is by following the design principles that the design team says that they've followed, and apply diversity, reduce plant size, etc. That diversity increases with the with the increased number of consumers or connections on a heat network, and I call that the network densification. That's not an official term, but I like to say that, you know, by densifying the network, you then share more of the central operational costs, energy, carbon, amongst a greater number of consumers. So therefore, it ticks a number of boxes in terms of energy performance, carbon, etc. And it's all around better. Now, why does that matter here? Well, the appellant's own evidence supports the fact that thermal demand, both peak and annual consumption, from a site-wide approach, I've said an ambient loop here, is less than the appeal approach. Now, I have to clarify that that's a mistake on my part, because of course the appellant hasn't considered an ambient loop site-wide system. So lower demand equals lower carbon, but the appellant still hasn't provided the thermal demand assessment that justifies the selection, justifies the demand, and without that thermal demand, you can't calculate the required electrical capacity if you were using a heat pump approach, or the required gas capacity if you were using a gas-fired boiler, to feed into the load assessments that are presented within the supplementary evidence. There are significant building blocks of design missing throughout the process that mean things haven't been considered. Statements aren't justified, and there isn't evidence to support them. However, what I can do, or I have done, is I've interpreted the information that I have in order to be able to deduce what the appellant might have modelled or considered as being those demands within the information that it has provided to me. So the official information isn't there, hasn't been provided when I've been asked, so I've had to dive into other information to establish it. So I don't suggest people go here, because I've copied out the relevant extracts to hopefully make this a little more time efficient. But Appendix I, the carbon comparison calculations.
Let's just
Appendix I.
Yeah, to Mr. Stanley's proof, you say here. Let's just make sure we're all actually log the document you're talking to.
Which is.
So I've got this in hard copy.
Yeah, me too.
So it's got a kind of schematic.
This,
yeah. Okay. It's got Energy Pro at the top.
Yes. Yeah. So these are the calculations that CPW claims justify the approach that's been taken, but I disagree. Now, what we have in that file are within one file, we have three sets of calculations. We have the air source heat pump loop, water source heat pump 2 methods design, which is the T2, T3 system as proposed.
Yeah.
So that's from page 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
We then have at page 19 of 39.
Yeah.
The current proposal for tower T1, which is the gas-based system with return water heat pump and the chillers, as they've called them, for the chilled water installation for cooling.
Yeah.
And then finally at page 29, we have the alternative site-wide approach, which the appellant has used to justify that site-wide approaches aren't economic or aren't viable.
Yeah.
But that site-wide approach is a gas-based heat network. What we haven't got is the energy analysis for a site-wide ambient loop. network.
Yeah,
now,
I see.
it's necessary for me to interpret the information within all of these pages of data, and this is just software output data. I mean, it's not there isn't a detailed discussion about this information. I mean, it's presented raw, and I've been through it, and for everyone's benefit, try to present the information that I think that it presents.
Okay.
Now,
so right. Okay. So just in terms of where you've asked various questions in your note. Why aren't these with CD 1, 2, 2, and so on?
Yeah.
Are we racing over those to?
Well,
figures?
I wasn't. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably worthwhile just reading the point from the GLA that was made in February of this year. So I see that this site-wide solution is the gas-based approach. The GLA said, and there is a slight typographical error in here, the applicant, ignore is, should propose a site-wide heat network supplied by a centralized energy center. The applicant should outline if a site-wide heat network with all residential and non-domestic uses connected has been considered. The reasons for not including a communal air source heat pump solution within the refurbished building could be resolved through energy sharing between buildings. The applicant should confirm if this has been considered. Clearly it hasn't. There is no evidence, as I've just demonstrated, with the missing information, that has been appraised. These calculations, there isn't one for the ambient loop network solution, because the appellant has always just stated there's not enough electrical capacity.
Yeah,
and
which you'll come on to. Yeah.
Which I'll come on to.
Yeah.
So moving on, I won't run through each of those questions that I've posed.
No.
But there are three figures which are extracts from those calculations. They're from CPW's calculations, which summarize the heat demands and maximum heat demand of the installations. Now, importantly, the figures in megawatt hours are annual consumption. The figures in megawatts are peak consumption. Now, what I've done is I've prepared a table, table 1 overleaf, which is page 5 now. Apologies, I should have numbered these pages.
Okay, so just so I'm following, Mr. Brown, we're all following. So this does allow you to compare a site-wide system, albeit the gas one, you say not the one that should be considered, with the appeal proposal.
Yes, yeah,
right.
And the reason I can do that is because it's based on an analysis of energy demand.
Yes, understood. Yeah.
And energy and carbon are two different things, depending upon how that energy is generated and used, of course. So moving on to look at table 1. So all I do in the first 4 rows is I summarize the data that's presented in those 3 figures, which I've extracted and dropped into the document as snips above. Now, the CPW site-wide scheme total at line 4 is 8,055 megawatt hours. I've added the figures from the 2 other systems, the proposed scheme with separate systems T1 and T2 and T3. And under the combined column, you can see that the total energy demand is 8,642. So there's demonstration enough that even at this level, the appellant's own evidence supports the fact that there's reduced demand with a site-wide system. Now, interestingly, because the appellant's gone for a gas-based system, and because presumably that is operating at a higher temperature, when you operate a heat network at higher temperatures, higher losses occur as a result.
So,
the appellant has included a figure for losses within the site-wide scheme, but not in any of the others. And I don't understand why. The ambient loop approach will have very low losses, I admit, but certainly T1 would also have losses. So just as a point of principle, I've calculated that out as 17% of the total. Now, if we keep losses in the analysis, the heat demand of the site-wide scheme modelled by CPW is 90% of that as proposed, and conversely, the system proposed in the appeal scheme is 107% of the site-wide scheme. If we take out the losses...
So you say 90%?
93%.
93, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Heat demand as a percentage.
Right. So that, and that, right. So that's on that's sticking with the losses figure that have been included, even though you say losses should have been included for the appeal scheme.
Yes. Yes.
All right. But it's got 0 losses for the appeal scheme.
Yes.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. So if I normalize losses and just take them out, assuming that they'll occur in both systems, we drop to 78% of demand. Now, if this was an ambient loop site-wide approach, then the losses would be minimal as well. So that's representative of an ambient loop system, albeit that it's not modeled as an ambient loop system. Removing the losses is. And similarly, on peak plant capacity, CPW's site-wide scheme, based on the Energy Pro analysis, has a peak plant capacity of 2.1 megawatts. The combined approach has a peak capacity of 2.4 megawatts. So the installed capacity for the systems as proposed, as modelled, and I will say I haven't got any specification information to say what they're actually proposing because I'm having to deduce this because information hasn't been provided to me. So the energy, the peak capacity of the combined approach is higher than that of a site-wide scheme. The site-wide scheme being 88% of the combined, and the combined being 114% of the site-wide. So evidence there that supports my claim that diversified demand, diversifying the plant and system results in reduced peak capacity and reduced annual energy demand, proven by the appellant's own evidence that it's submitted.
Yeah, I see.
Now, I think I make a point on carbon emissions and SAP10 emissions figures at the bottom of this page, but I made that point earlier on in my opening section.
Yes, you did. Yeah, gas and electricity about the same now.
With electricity dropping and continuing to fall, and in future predicted to be far lower than gas. Yeah. So through the life of the installation, it's important that will be dynamic. So what's calculated now won't represent what's happening in a few years' time.
Yeah.
So if I now jump to, I want to now go back to the heat pump allowances within the electrical demand assessments. The CPW load assessment includes 335 kilowatts, and the CB load assessment includes 778 kilowatts. Now, they both add up to 1.113 megawatts, or 1,113 kilowatts. So
we're back in Appendix A now, are we?
We are, yeah.
To Mr. Stanley's Monday.
We are, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
So back in Appendix A, you'll remember that I
remember those figures. I do apologise.
Yeah.
I'm getting confused now because you've got 778 kilowatts here, and I thought it was 864. Oh no, sorry, I see power. No, I see this. I see the 778. Right, no, understood. Sorry.
So electricity will be considered in amps, kVA, or kilowatts. And I've kept everything in kilowatts for simplicity's sake. So if you recall in my opening section, I talked about the coefficient of performance of a heat pump, and that when I was talking about why it might fall into the renewable category of the energy hierarchy. Well,
I just about followed that. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So, so basically, a heat pump working within its optimum range, if that has 1 unit of electricity in, you will get typically around 4 units of useful thermal energy out.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why it's classed as renewable, because through the refrigeration cycle, it's able to convert that useful electrical energy into useful thermal energy. Now, some terminal water-to-water heat pumps on ambient loop networks, they're claimed at having COPs of around 12, which is astronomical.
That's good.
So that's exactly. Yeah. And that's one of the key benefits of the ambient loop heat network. Okay. But I'm not going to go into what they can achieve. That's another matter. For the purposes of this analysis, I'm going to use 4 because I've deduced that from the electrical input demand stated within the Energy Pro software for the heat pump thermal output for the T2 and T3 scheme.
Right. That's back in Appendix I.
It is, but if you'll bear with me,
yeah,
I've got a table following which summarizes all of this information.
Okay, great.
It would take a long time. So, if we used that coefficient of performance and applied it to the electrical demand that CPW and Could Bentley have suggested is included in their load assessments, then that peak demand, that is that peak capacity, is 4.44 megawatts. So what I'm seeing is that if we use that allocated 1,113 kilowatts of electrical demand in a heat pump ambient loop network, we've potentially got it delivering 4.44 megawatts. Now that 4.44 megawatts is far, far higher than the claimed peak demand of a site-wide approach from the Energy Pro calculations in Appendix I, which I've summarized in Table 1 previously, which is 2.1 megawatts. Now, I haven't been provided with the load calculations, so I can only go on the information that's in front of me. So why does it matter in closing this section? Well, the electrical assessment's flawed and based on far higher energy demand than might be required ultimately. The appellant's own information suggests that reinforcement of the electrical infrastructure might not be required, and I'll get on to why later. It provides no consistency, or it demonstrates a lack of consistency in the appellant's design and the claims that have been made, because none of the figures tie up. And to reinforce that, if we turn over leaf to Table 2, you can see where I've interpreted plant capacities that might form part of the design. And it's logical to do this because this information underpins claims of carbon performance and capacity that the appellant has been setting out as barriers to the implementation of a site-wide ambient loop network, which they should have been addressed in detail at lean and clean stages of the energy hierarchy. So I've broken this table out. I've extracted all of this information from parts of the calculations that are provided at Appendix I, and as an example, I mean, these, forgive me if you can't see, but these figures I've highlighted in yellow on screen are ones that I've extracted into here. So if someone wants to track that, you'll find that, they'll find that they're there. Now, you know, the point about this is that the modelled plant capacity, which is the total thermal, which is near the bottom of the table.
I see that. Total thermal
under
brackets,
totals.
kilowatts. Yeah.
Total thermal, the peak plant capacity that has been user inputted into the software for a site-wide system using gas is actually 1,745 kilowatts. That's made up of boilers 1, 2, and 3 at the top, and then the thermal air source heat pump allowance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Similarly, and this is where things fall down even further, the total for T1 in the existing scheme is 2.2 megawatts, or 2,221 kilowatts. Forgive the additional decimal point there. That's shouldn't have crept in. And then,
can I just check? Is there a chiller element that?
Well, there is a chiller element, but that is total cooling.
All right.
Not total thermal.
I yeah. No, I got you. Thank you. Yeah.
So thermal energy in this context is heat, is energy for heating and hot water. Cooling is for the cooling process. So T2, T3, peak capacity of 1626. Now the combined capacity, if you add those up, is 3.848 megawatts. Well, that's a huge capacity to have for a development of this scale, and again doesn't tie in with anything else that we've seen previously. Now, interestingly, what I've done is I've also looked at the electrical demand the electrical capacity that's been included within the calculations for or to power the heat pumps. Now, under total electrical, you'll see that the combined approach has an installed electrical capacity of 474.8 kilowatts. And it's very important that we look at that figure. Now, if we consider the modelled plant capacity for the appellant comparison site-wide scheme of 1745, which is the total thermal under the totals column for the site-wide scheme using gas. And if we divide that peak demand by a coefficient of performance of 4, for example.
Yeah, well, you've got 399 there.
Well, 3.99, sorry.
Yeah.
3.99. Well, what we get is 437. So the appellant's own evidence here suggests that actually an electrical demand requirement of 437 kilowatts would be adequate for the heat pumps necessary to serve a site-wide approach. Again, I don't know why they have some of these figures, and I've tried to deduce them, but all I'm trying to do is apply some logic to the information that I have.
I see.
And
I
did say that, sorry, I did make this point at 2.17 of my proof.
Yeah. And just so I'm following this, Mr. Maguire. So you're saying we can see how much electrical they're saying they need for their current scheme.
Yes.
We know how much thermal they say you'd need for a site-wide, and if when you apply your coefficient of performance to that thermal, you get to a figure for electrical demand. You know, if you were putting that through air source heat pumps to get to that thermal, you get to a figure that's less than
precisely
what they've said for their appeal scheme.
Precisely. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. This is a very rudimentary assessment based on the information that I have. The design process is far more complicated to establish what is or isn't feasible. But in the absence of evidence to the contrary, this to me suggests it can be done.
Yeah.
And I made this point at 2.17 of my proof.
Yeah.
So going over leaf, I maintain that we don't have an assessment of demand for a site-wide ambient loop system. We again have, in terms of the electrical load assessments, we again have two different estimates from two different consultants associated with two different strategies, not integrated in the slightest.
Okay.
And that's all. So that's my response, one part of my response on electrical limitation, but also to Appendix A of the supplementary evidence.
Yeah.
Now, moving on to Appendix B, you'll be pleased to know this should be a quick one.
This is a lot of correspondence, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So this further correspondence with multiple IDNOs. If we jump back to the covering introduction of the supplementary evidence,
yeah,
at page 2,
yeah,
it's stated that Appendix B, in response to Alex Maguire's comment that there is insufficient evidence regarding the HV network being at capacity, within Appendix B, this document contains further correspondence from several IDNOs demonstrating this fact. Well, actually, it does nothing of the sort. There is not one shred of evidence in Appendix B that suggests the electrical infrastructure is at capacity. All it is correspondence between CPW and various IDNOs discussing how the load that CPW has calculated might be delivered through a substation upgrade. There is also a quotation from UKPN for a replacement substation for T1, which was provided to Cud Bentley. But none of that information says, hello UKPN, we need X MVA, can we have it? With a response that says, unfortunately not. Or, yes, you can have it, but we've got to reinforce the entire electrical HV network. Now, I don't expect, as I said at the start, there just to be supply available and for it to be simple. But equally, on £100 million development, you should expect to have to reinforce the electrical infrastructure, particularly, you know, if you have to do that to demonstrate compliance with policy. But we don't have any evidence anywhere. We just have claims. Now, within the text there, I've said that, you know, Mr. Stanley claims the maximum service capacity is 2 MVA, but it's not. It doesn't. I haven't done a network investigation, so I don't know, but it doesn't demonstrate that. The demand available, the purported available demand reduces to 2.392 MVA. I don't know why, but then if we then go on to a summary of the information that's provided in Appendix A to that appendices, forgive me.
Well,
this evidence spans 2 appendices.
Yeah, there are letters in Appendix A.
So forgive me, I've been talking about it all being as Appendix B, but it's not.
Yeah.
So in Appendix A is where we have that correspondence between CPW and UK Power Solutions, who are nothing to do with UK Power Networks, and also Cud Bentley with UK Power Networks.
Yes, I see that. Yeah.
But then Appendix B, which is the further correspondence with IDNOs, again, none of that confirms that there's a limitation, and even one of the IDNOs has actually proposed 2 MVA being provided at the substation, supposedly being provided for T2, T3, and supposedly limited to 1.392 kVA.
Sorry, where does that happen?
That's so the power on connections proposal.
It's the 24th of August.
24th of August is for 2 number 1 MVA substations, and then there's a drawn at page 30. So how and where's the interrogation of that information? Now, to reinforce my point about a lack of integration, one of those amongst the design team, one of those same emails where there's a query about what's happening with the substation that serves T1, CPW actually respond and state in the documentation, Tolworth Development has an existing, and this is from an email of the 12th of May from CPW to UK Power Solutions. Tolworth Development has an existing substation which we believe is going to be replaced, but this is part of phase 1 works and is outside of our scope and the phase 2 boundary. We require the additional substation serving new built towers in 2 towers in phase 1. So again, it's not been there's no integration there. There should be someone looking and investigating on behalf of the project what the opportunities are for reinforcement, load balancing, reduction in peak capacity. None of that's been done. There's another example of a service, a UKPN letter to J. Murphy and Sons. Again, UKPN have responded saying you can have your service of 1456 kVA. They haven't said, but that's all you can have. They haven't said, sorry, you can't have the 2 or 3 MVA that you've applied for. You can only have this. So that's how I've proven that there's insufficient, or how I prove there's insufficient analysis of the purported claims of limitations on electrical capacity. But in any event, even if you had to upgrade it, it wouldn't be unusual for development of this, for a development of this scale.
Yeah. Okay.
So moving on to Appendix C, the drawing demonstrating the planned provision for a future connection to a district heat network. Well, I'm indifferent about the allocation of space here, but I've pointed out a few immediate observations, and they are it's being claimed that you can't get heat network pipelines in and around the site, and I'll jump back to some other things that I wanted to say on distribution, but if that plant space is being allocated for a future connection to a district heat network, well, it's on a drawing that just shows the water services tank. So how and where does that connect into the building internally? And that, if the plant is on the roof of T2, T3, that would require risers to be sized sufficiently to accept the full capacity from the lower level as it would be the upper level. But I don't know enough about the design of that T2, T3 network to comment further because it hasn't been provided. It's in the water services tank room of the design team content about potential increases in temperature that might result. Except, of course, it might be an ambient loop, so may not be an issue. But I think now, actually, in the context of this, it's a good point to talk about. I haven't mentioned it here, but to talk about the claimed issues with distribution.
Yes, that was one of Mr. Stanley's objections. Yeah.
So one of the key points that I want to talk about here is what's been done to investigate the claims of not being able to get heat network pipelines around the building. It was no accident that I sought to identify two key projects that I've been involved with, including threading heat network pipelines through part of the British Museum, because it puts me in a position where I know exactly what the challenges are, and I know that it can be done where there's a will. But in Mr. Stanley's rebuttal, where I've challenged some of the earlier statements about limitations on distribution space, and again, these came from my walk around and a review of information. Mr. Stanley says he's relied on the architect rather than assessing these routes, and I find that absolutely extraordinary, because
where are you in his rebuttal, please?
Sorry, so it's CD.
His rebuttal.
Rebuttal response to 223.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting
right. That's the page 15.
Paperwork.
Okay. Is that 223? Is at page 15? Is that the right place?
Yeah. I understand from discussions with the architect that they are unsuitable for the following reasons. Well, the architect shouldn't be determining what is and isn't suitable for services distribution. I mean, the architect clearly has an input into that process, but with the significance of the carbon agenda, services are taking a far greater lead in the evolution of design strategies. And the designer, the engineering services designer, needs to investigate these in detail himself or herself, to be able to confirm whether they are whether they're feasible or not. And some of the other claimed restrictions about floor to ceiling heights in different areas. Well, I mean, I walked through the basement, and that's got quite a significant floor to ceiling height, and it spans the full length of the building. And there's no reason why you couldn't run heat network pipelines through that basement and then have a service trench through to the basement of T2, T3. Again, they're all pretty standard approaches. And even if you couldn't do that, well, you could excavate, dig a trench, and run through the car park, because there must be there must be where leaves permissions in place to allow various occupiers of the building to get services from one part to another. I mean, similarly, figure 4 in my, I think it was my figure 4, the image within my proof. I took a photo of the upper level of car park, figure 4, and there are pipelines running above the parking bays now, in there from that appear to me to be from one of the original installations. So they'd have been there for many years when that car park was functioning. So again, I believe that had the design team wanted to explore those opportunities, then they could have and should have. So I believe there are opportunities to interconnect the building. and I don't believe that they're as limiting as the appellant has suggested. So I'd like now to jump back to the notes, if I may, my supplementary notes and Section 5, Appendix D, on the cost breakdown for Appendix A. The appellants provided an updated cost assessment, considering some of the comments that I made previously, but also realigning some of the costs in line with what's been agreed as part of viability. And I started looking at all of these figures, but obviously haven't had much time this week to not just review that information, prepare this document, but also reorder my oral evidence. And I stepped back from it and I thought, well, yes, there's a comparison there, but it's immaterial. Much like lots of the other information, it doesn't compare what the council, the GLA, and I consider to be perhaps the best carbon performing solution for the building that should be the primary or objective of the lean clean approach is to say that's by far the best, but we don't have the carbon performance of that. I dare say it'll be substantially better than what is being proposed. We don't have the cost analysis of it.
This is the ambient heat loop.
Site-wide ambient loop network for the whole site. So I thought, well, why should I go through it? Because it doesn't provide a comparison with a site-wide ambient loop approach, which is designed effectively, I say, rationalized to optimize plant capacity and space requirements, the diversification points I was making earlier, together with the cost efficiencies that would result. So it's irrelevant, actually. It's irrelevant to the discussion. But on the electrical supply upgrade cost, I must point out that is completely irrelevant as well. I mean, the claim of this £2.3 million. Now, it could be that. Firstly, we'll see. We've been surprised at how little and how much some electrical reinforcement costs have been. But until you've done your load assessment and until you do your application, you won't know that. So the appellant has included what I think to be grossly inflated costs as part of the estimate, but included a reference to another scheme, completely unrelated scheme for 6 MVA, for a 6 MVA service, where UKPN had quoted around £2.2 million. And the appellant is then, and that was for the point of connection, and the appellant is then sought to...
This is the one about Goldsworth Road, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So that's
so the back of Appendix D.
Appendix D, 11, yeah. So that's at the back of Appendix D, yeah. So, yeah, the Goldsworth Road. Now, if you actually look at that, you'll see of the... Sorry, excuse me. If you look at that quotation at the back of Appendix D, you'll see that in round terms, the total is 2.2 million. But actually, 1.9 million of that is what's called ECCR charges. It's actually 300,000 that is associated with the works within the primary sub to release the 6 MVA capacity that's been applied for. Now, I wouldn't expect you to have any idea what this is, but the ECCR charges relate to what's called a second comer. Now, UKPN will charge for any infrastructure upgrades that it has to undertake, and if an applicant pays for a particular service capacity that it then doesn't use, it doesn't get its money back until such time that someone else comes along and wants to use some of that service that that applicant had been paid for, and then that applicant gets back what's called a second comer fee, and that is the bulk of the work here. So at some point in time, perhaps, and I'm assuming, the HV service to Brookwood Primary Substation might have been upgraded at great cost with a few kilometres of overhead line or whatever, only for the person who had procured that upgrade to fall away. So therefore, under this scenario, someone is paying for a contribution to that. Now, there is that is completely project specific. You cannot factor that into an assessment. And maintain, what you have to do is go to UKPN and get a quotation for the supply upgrade based on the total demand. That hasn't happened. It's a simple process. It really is. It's nothing complicated. And then other things. So, some of the costs, I felt they were inflated, such as the cost per metre of HV cabling, £125 a metre for excavation, £400 for the cable, £100 for reinstatement. I mean, we as budget preparation, we'd be using £400 per metre for HV cabling in London. And that's, that's through advice from UKPN over the years. So there's no basis for the supply upgrade costs. And the key point being that the design team hasn't undertaken a load assessment for the development, hasn't applied to UKPN, hasn't obtained a quotation for the works that are required. And taking my carbon hat off and putting my cost hat on, I just wonder that, given this dire scenario of cost that the appellants propose is set out, how is it justifying that in the context of the dire cost scenario for owning and operating the ambient loop network? How is it addressing that?
Yeah, what the operational costs you're talking about?
The operational costs. How is it addressing that in its proposals for T2 and T3? Again, I'm not something I'm going to go into. So that's that's my point on all I wanted to do on cost.
Right.
And then finally, and two more brief sections to go. So on Appendix E, plans indicating the double height space. So this is highly relevant. So if we go back to Table 2.
Yeah, your Table 2.
My Table 2 within this document that we're talking to. You'll see at the bottom of the page.
There we go. Yeah.
Of the bottom of the table, sorry.
Thermal storage, I say.
Thermal storage in litres, the site-wide system using gas, 130,000 litres. That is an astronomical amount of storage to suggest. Now, that's what's being put in the load calculations. The design team has suggested that would be 50,000, and then at proof stage reduced that to 43,000 for a site-wide gas-led approach. But still, the energy calculations are on the basis of 130,000 litres. A further error. T1 has 25,000 litres within the calculation. T2, T3, 30,000 litres in the calculation. Now, just to run through those points, and sorry, I didn't set the context here. So in the third paragraph of section 6, Mr. Stanley claimed that at 2.2 of my proof, my original proof, not my rebuttal proof, which was claimed as the reason for providing this document, that I claim all storage for the whole development could be accommodated within the basement plant room with T1. And he's then provided a drawing with a whopping great big box on it saying, you know, look, there's no way you could put that amount of space in there. Well, look, firstly, that is on the assumption that the wildly overstated claims of thermal storage that they've made so far are required, and they're not. And secondly, it's sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, so I didn't, forgive me. The space requirement is claimed on a wildly overstated requirement, and I don't believe that the required thermal storage would be anywhere near that. Hence my point that the required thermal storage for T1 could be accommodated, you know, within that basement area. Now, yes, this would require redesign of the systems that have already been designed, but you know, if it hasn't been designed correctly originally, then that's unfortunately tough, isn't it? That things would have to then be moved around and reordered to make this to ensure that this system could be an ambient loop site-wide heat network could be provided. Now, I've challenged the amount of thermal storage that might that's being proposed, and I haven't had any justification as to why that those levels are being provided or why they might be required. So, as I said, in table 2, the analysis shows the site-wide system 130,000 litres, the proposal for T1 25,000 litres, and the ambient loop 30,000 litres. And I don't, being conscious of time, I'm not going to go through these things in detail, but suffice to say, the appellant's own evidence at figure 6 and figure 7 demonstrates with my narrative that 130,000 litres of thermal storage is ridiculous because the plant is only ever operating to try and keep that topped up to temperature. And the plant, if you look at figure 7, is typically providing about 1 megawatt consistently with the odd blip. And I don't know what's causing those blips. There'll be some profile within the software that's causing it, but I don't know that. But I think this is clear evidence that says that's a ridiculous claim on thermal storage for the gas-based site-wide solution. And there's no...
Sorry, Mr. Maguire, I know you want to speed up and I understand, and you're right to keep your foot on the gas, but again, I at least, and Madam Inspector may be in the same boat, would value some explanation of why these graphs show 130,000 litres is ridiculous.
Okay, so
it sounds like there's something to do with the way the plant's running, how much it's running or not, or whatever. So
what it's the thermal storage acts like a battery.
Right.
So it acts to absorb energy and then redistribute that energy at peak times when the plant might not be able to cope with the peak demand that occurs. If, for example, there's a limitation on some supply capacity, there's another function of what is sometimes called thermal storage, but is also known as buffering, and that is to, you know, allow plant to operate for periods by cycling without detriment to the components within the within the plant, and that's not what we're considering here, because in addition to this, I've been told that verbally, I haven't seen this in writing, but that there's a 4,000 litre buffer vessel associated with the heat pumps that are proposed for T2 and T3, and that's for cycling of the plant and energy dissipation, which is different to this issue.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, forget about it then. Yeah.
So the 130, if we look at figure 6, the blue line along the top is the total energy demand from the or the total energy available within the or the total energy capacity, sorry, of the thermal store. The orange line is the energy level within the within the vessel. And what you want is you want that to be as high as possible, but optimized to suit the the plant installation. Now, this graph shows that figure 7 shows the yellow bar. This is where the heat pump is working, the return water heat pump. That can only ever operate, or will only ever operate effectively, if the return water temperature is low enough to allow it to do so. That doesn't always happen in a heat network. It should, but it doesn't always happen. So this is theoretical analysis that assumes that it can operate. The second red bar, or the burgundy bar, shows the gas-fired boiler input at 500 kilowatts. So you can see that the plant is chugging along, delivering 500 kilowatts, when in fact the peak capacity that was calculated within these same calculations was of peak demand for the site-wide system was 2.1. And the installed capacity, you'll remember, was about 1.6. Now, you want to maximize.
Right, that's tied it together. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. So you want to maximize the runtime of your plant, have it operating at optimal efficiency for as long as possible. Now, the fact that the plant is running at a lower level, and the fact that the thermal stores never maintained a temperature, just means that you're pumping a load of energy. You're not maximizing the runtime on kit. You've got a load of water sitting there doing nothing for most of the time, with the attendant waste of energy, space take, etc., etc., etc. It's extremely inefficient design. But I will say that CPW hasn't said 130,000 litres, they've said 50,000. It's just their energy calculations that they use to underpin some of their claims include that.
Yeah, well, in fact, and so, as you say, they've now said 43,000.
They've said 43. Yeah. So if we then consider the proposal for T1 in the energy analysis, including 25,000 litres, well, that's not in the design. The Coud Bentley design to stage 4 doesn't include that. Now, what you will need to look at to confirm that is the heating and gas services plant schematic that was provided as part of Mr. Stanley's rebuttal. And forgive me, I'll have to find the page reference for that.
Yeah, now that the one I actually had a great deal of trouble printing that for some reason. So I know exactly where that is. Is that the one at Appendix G?
Yes. Yeah. It crashes the. Well, it was crashing mine.
It crashed mine. Yeah.
Software. So
I don't know if you can see that. That's that page, is that?
That's yeah. That's it. Sorry. Yeah.
Is it?
Yes. So what this is this is the I love schematic drawings, as you'd expect, but this shows the key components of the central plant installation for the tower. The thermal storage has to be on this drawing if it's provided, and it's not. Right. So there's no thermal storage in the design for T1 currently. So the calculations are wrong. The design team haven't communicated. They don't understand each other's installations. And then finally, 30,000 litres on the ambient loop. Well, that is not an additional 30,000 litres. That is supposed to be 180 litres of thermal storage in every apartment as part of the water-to-water heat pump. But simple maths, 238 times 180 is about, I put it in here, 40.
Yeah, I see it's in your notes. Yeah.
44, it's just under 43,000.
Yeah.
So the calculations don't reflect that design, but that's it's another point. So I believe that the appellant's own evidence suggests that that level of thermal storage isn't required, and that's why it hasn't been able to provide the calculations to back up those claims. And what we can do is we can deduce that actually, if an ambient loop approach was provided to the whole development using the same components, so the same 180 litres of storage in a water-to-water heat pump within each apartment, there wouldn't be any further thermal storage required, because there isn't any thermal storage required for T2, T3 over and above the apartment systems. And those 261 apartments would provide another 47, just under 47,000 litres of storage. And I have to say, well, given how close that 47,000 is to, it's midpoint between 43 and 50, the figures we've been given previously. I mean, surely that's not how rudimentary the calculation for thermal storage has been. But without the evidence, I can't interrogate it.
All right.
So I've dispelled here the claims of this massive space requirement, because the appellant's own evidence suggests that actually with an ambient loop system, you don't need any supplementary thermal storage. So the information in Appendix E is irrelevant. I think it's probably worthwhile in the context of seeing that the space for thermal storage is overstated or not required. It's probably worth considering, the argument about space required for the heat pump technology itself, because as well as the 200 or so square meters, 200 or so square meters for thermal storage, there's also a claim of 200 or so square meters for heat pumps as well. So, you imagine, you listen to this, you imagine, well, the Tolworth Tower complex is just going to be overrun, with plant and equipment and look like some, industrial site. Well, it's not the case. So the claim was CD 98, page 24 of the proof of Mr. Stanley's proof. Mr. Stanley's proof that considers that considers the there we go, energy center and air source heat pump compound. So considering these claims, which I think I've proven they're unfounded, I need to work through how much space might be required in relation to the earlier calculations I did on thermal demand.
Right.
So I don't believe that the space requirement would be 210 square meters. So in Carl Stanley's rebuttal, in Mr. Stanley's rebuttal at 220.
Sorry, you've explained to us why you don't think. Sorry, you explained. I'm just looking at Mr. Stanley's proof at that page. You've explained to us, I think, why you think the thermal store stuff is all wrong.
Yes.
And and then he said for that would be an area take of 210 square meters.
Yes.
And
so
then below that, he says ASHP compound 200 square meters.
Yes.
So what are you addressing now?
Well, I've addressed 429 already.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I understood.
And now I'm addressing 430.
Right. Okay. I follow. Thank you.
Yeah. So
you just referred to his rebuttal there.
Yes. Sorry. So I need to refer also to Mr. Stanley's rebuttal.
Yeah.
And in his response at 224, when justifying the 200 square meters, he says that a site-wide scheme would require 8 number air source heat pumps.
I see it. Yeah.
Now, he then goes on to say, and this is a site-wide ambient loop network we're talking about now. He then goes on to break out the area of each of those heat pumps, and with the space around every one of them, it suggests that each air source heat pump would take up something like 37 square meters. But there's no details provided to support the claim. Now, if we go to CD 9.8, which is Mr. Stanley's proof of evidence, but this time Appendix K, you'll see there that that is the Codd-Bentley energy statement.
Yeah.
Within
Mr. Maguire, put your mic down again.
Sorry.
Please.
Within Appendix F of Appendix K, you'll see that Codd-Bentley's helpfully included a full catalogue for the heat pump, the air source heat pump that it proposes to use for the chilled water installation that's currently proposed for T1.
Yes, I see. Yes, I see that. The Mitsubishi E-series data book.
Yeah. So if you go to page 9 of that document.
Just right now, I'm conscious, Mr. Guay, you've jumped around. Just make sure, Madam Inspector, is actually following this. Has the page if she needs the page.
Yes, please.
Yep. Yeah. So, Madam, so this is Appendix K to Mr. Stanley's proof, which is the Codd-Bentley energy statement, and it's Appendix F to that energy statement. And we're looking at page 9.
And it's page 9, yes.
Hey, do you want to? You've got it on your screen, Mr. Maguire. Can I tell you what I've got at page 9? I've got a.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it. Is it right?
That's exactly what I want you to look at.
All right.
So on that graphic that you've just shown, that shows the space requirement for multiple modules in a box over to the left-hand side of that graphic.
Yeah.
And
okay. Yeah.
If we're to consider the footprint, and there are further graphics later in that document, which I won't refer to, but they say that you have to have 900 millimeters around the outer edges of all of the heat pumps once you've connected them together. That can be interrogated separately. But what I've done is I've established from the information that Bentley has provided that if we had around 37 square meters using that Mitsubishi heat pump technology, we could accommodate around about 900 kilowatts of thermal energy provision. So if you look on, so that's, I've made some notes about this. So that's 5 modules on the left-hand side, gives the space required on the graphic.
Yeah.
Now,
well, that's the A axis, is it?
Yes. Yeah. That's the longest side.
Yeah.
And then I think it's about 3.4 meters wide.
Yeah.
And then it'll have 900 millimeters all around it for minimum access.
Yeah.
That's around 38.5 square meters. So close enough for what we're talking about here. Now those modules can each deliver 180 kilowatts of thermal energy. 5 of them is 900 kilowatts.
Right, and it's good. Yeah, so these are chiller air source heat pumps. So does that matter?
No, they can be used interchangeably.
Okay.
They're air source heat pumps.
Okay, right. So 800 kilowatts each. So 900 for 5. Sorry, why does that matter?
Well, it matters, and this is just an example. So again, I'm not designing, I'm not specifying, but what I'm trying to say here is that if you consider that we can get 5 modules of that type of unit into 38.5 square meters, then, and that will provide 900 kilowatts of thermal energy, then it's not unreasonable to suggest that within each of these heat pumps, it's not unreasonable to suggest that the rating of each of these heat pumps that Mr. Stanley claims would be required for an ambient loop system would be 900 kilowatts.
Yeah,
because the space take is the same. It might be a different type of technology, but it's not unreasonable to say, look, you can get 900 kilowatts in that footprint. Now, the importance of this is that if 200 square meters was required, well, if there were 8 of these.
I see. Yeah.
If there were 8 of these spaces, then the equivalent energy potential of that is 7.2 megawatts.
Yeah, I take it you've just multiplied 900, have you, by?
Yes, by 8. Yeah. So the point here is, again, it's not specific, it's just interpretation of figures. The point here is that the 200 square meters that's claimed for external heat rejection plant, or the heat pumps, has the potential to deliver over 7 megawatts of energy. But if we go back to things I was saying at the start, then that's wildly over the modelled 1.65 megawatts, or the peak capacity of 2.1 megawatts for the appellant's own site-wide system. How come?
I think you said 1.75 actually, didn't you?
Oh, sorry, did I?
I just want to make sure.
Table 1, isn't it, in the further notes?
Well, you just referred to 1.65? Are you referring to 1745?
No, so 1.745 in table 2, not 1.645. My apologies, and 2.1 in table 1. Now, again, I'm not seeing there the demand figures for the development, but what I am seeing is, look, things are wildly apart.
Yeah.
So the final point I want to make on the supplementary evidence, hopefully a very quick one, under Appendix 7, where Mr. Stanley includes the 2013 AECOM report and reads that as there are no opportunities for heat networks in the area. I actually interpret it slightly differently, and I've extracted a point from that. So that is Appendix F of the supplementary evidence, and I think it's worthwhile looking at this. Appendix F of the supplementary evidence, and actually perhaps we don't need to go to Appendix F, because Mr. Stanley includes the extract on page 3 of the supplementary evidence.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the 2013 document that I think the council commissioned.
Yeah. And on page 3 of the supplementary evidence.
Yeah.
The final, the final lines of the text of the introduction section are an extract from the AECOM conclusions, and what AECOM concluded was, based on the current analysis, Tolworth Tower is central to any scheme in the area. It is probably the most viable scheme in its own right without connecting elsewhere. So even as early as 2013, it was considered a great opportunity for a site-wide network, and then potentially connections beyond the site boundary. So I think that actually is a very positive statement in respect of what this development should actually deliver.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So is that your note done?
That's the
That's the right. Okay. Now, Ms. McGuire, it's 1:05. I'm conscious that you said you wanted to say something about cooling, something about urban greening, and something about office to residential conversion, albeit I think you indicated you're going to be brief on those things.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Madam, obviously we are past the normal lunch break, although I did notice that you carried on past 1 o'clock on Tuesday. In your hands entirely, of course. Sorry, Madam, your microphone is off at the moment.
I just muted and then unmuted myself at the same time. Yes, although Tuesday I didn't mind going later because we started later, because we started at 10. So there was a slight there. How long, Mr. Maguire, do you think you're going to? It would be quite useful to finish the evidence in chief, but I don't have necessarily an issue of having a break. So how long do you think, Mr. Maguire, you will talk? Are we talking, 20 minutes, half an hour, 10 minutes? Let's continue then.
Okay. Yeah.
If that's the case, Mr. Burton, if you're content with that.
Absolutely, Madam. Yes, it'd be good to get it done. Right. So overheating then, Mr. Maguire, or cooling.
Yeah. So the issue that I have with overheating is one of process again. I've raised various points about the analysis that's been undertaken so far, and it was confusing between different iterations of the reports what actually has or hasn't happened, because the evidence isn't there to say that the steps of the cooling hierarchy have been applied. Now, cooling is proposed for all parts of the development, so T1 with the chilled water system, T2, T3 with the cooling by virtue of the ambient loop system, and that is the appellant's discretion. We can't influence that. However, what we can influence is making sure that demand of those systems is driven down as far as possible, such that the cooling systems result in the least amount of carbon emission possible. And I don't believe that's been demonstrated. So there's been various claims about the approaches that have been adopted, the modelling process, and I think we've got to the bottom of those. But one very important point that I think is out there is the analysis to support those claims.
Okay. Can I just check, Mr. Maguire? I mean, you've referred to the cooling hierarchy. You've said we need to make sure that demand's driven down as far as possible. Cooling hierarchy is, of course, different hierarchy from the energy hierarchy. I take it.
It is, yeah. It is, and so the cooling, the cooling hierarchy is defined at SI4, managing overheating risk, as I touched on earlier. So importantly, and in the context of what I've just been talking about, there are separate cooling system. There is a separate cooling system for T1, and there's also the opportunity to provide cooling through the ambient loop network at T2 and T3. And in the appellant's statement CD 98, the evidence, Mr. Stanley's proof of evidence, at page 48, which I'll go to, he states that sorry, I've got
right.
Correct.
That can't be the right reference.
No, it's not. It's not. Sorry, I've let me find it. Oh, sorry, page 18. Sorry, my apologies. Page 18.
What, 1.8? Right.
1.8. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He says.
Paragraph
4.2.
Yeah. Okay.
He says this ambient loop system can also be used to drop the temperature for the purpose of cooling. When the secondary water-to-water heat pump is generating heat, it disposes coolant into the ambient loop system. When the secondary heat pump produces cooling, it dumps heat into the ambient loop, thus creating a heat and cool sharing system that can drastically reduce energy consumption when working in unison. Furthermore, this system reduces the heat losses associated with distribution of district heating to nearly zero as the system runs at ambient temperatures. And I don't disagree with those points. And the reason I raise them now is that surely those benefits should be shared with the existing tower T1. And again, applying the cooling hierarchy probably would have linked into the energy hierarchy to say that, well, this is the most efficient means of providing cooling to T1 as well, rather than a separate dedicated chilled water system. We've also had an exchange on the points about thermal mass in our respective proofs and rebuttals, at CD 915 in the rebuttal. I think page 29.
Yeah.
Sorry,
29.
I've got an issue with how mine's stapled.
We've got
in the response to point 3.6, where I've talked about thermal dampening.
Yeah.
Mr. Stanley repeats some of the part of the statement that's made in earlier documentation to talk about decrement factor and the ability of the structure to absorb energy. But of course, it's not particularly relevant in this case. So the decrement factor is essentially the delay, the time lag of energy being absorbed into and then emitted from an element And that won't occur to the level that is being claimed in this development, because despite the fact that it might be a heavyweight structure, what really affects or really provides any comfort benefit is heavyweight internal exposed surfaces. That's why, for example, despite them not always having good heating systems, churches are often cold, because the structure absorbs energy and can then re-emit it at later times. When you have a plasterboard surface, that dramatically reduces that. So I just think that's something that's been overplayed. On glazing, glazed areas and daylight, again, I've said there's no evidence to say that you've tried to reduce glazing areas, because that's the single biggest step you can take to reduce overheating in properties, because solar gain is by far the most often the highest contributor, and it's claimed that the glazed areas have been considered, but that hasn't been evidenced. So we haven't seen any evidence to say, well, this is what it is with this area, this is what it is with this area. And it's also claimed that the glazed areas can't be reduced any further, because of daylight performance. Well, I now want to refer to CD 113, which is the daylight sunlight assessment, and page 33 of that document, and paragraph 795, where the daylight sunlight expert states that in the context of the average daylight factors, overall, this level of compliance is considered excellent for major residential-led development in an urban location, which is contradictory to the claim made about not being able to reduce glazed area any further in order to reduce cooling demand.
Okay.
And there's a continued incorrect representation of performance within Could Bentley's energy statement as well. Could Bentley state that comfort conditions can be maintained without cooling, but we're providing cooling because it's the client model. That is not the case. It's an incorrect, misleading statement, because the evidence, the separate overheating analysis that's been included actually confirms that overheating was a massive problem, and that they then assessed some increases in ventilation, which they deemed weren't appropriate to deliver, so they had to go to cooling.
Yeah.
So the document doesn't reflect the analysis, and they're the only points that I want to make on cooling, because it's again evidence that the steps of the cooling hierarchy to reduce demand haven't been evidenced.
Yeah, right.
I'm not saying they can't provide cooling, but reduce the demand as far as you can. And then moving on to urban greening in the context of cooling, well, we know, and Could Bentley state within its own document that and that's CD 9.8, section 4.2 and page 10. CPW acknowledges orientation, microclimate, in the context of orientation and microclimate, that vegetation can have a positive effect on thermal performance.
I want to make sure I followed your document reference. Are you CD? Sorry, you're in one of Mr. Stanley's appendices. Are you? Sorry, where are you?
Sorry, I've got the wrong reference there. sorry, it's CD 120. CD 122, sorry.
All right.
Bear with
Right.
me.
So that's the original energy statement.
Yeah. Bear with me, sorry, I've lost my reference. I've got an extract here only.
So what are you looking for? I mean, there's stuff about vegetation. I've just done a Control F at 4.2. See vegetation discussed.
Yeah, it's 4.2, but I've just got I've got an incorrect core document reference there. Sorry. So 4.2, and then on page 10. It's actually page 11, isn't it? I can't. It might be a later revision of the energy statement, unfortunately. Not CD 122. Do you want me to find it, James, or should I move on?
Well, I want to find whatever you want to refer us to as swiftly as possible. I mean, you've got the latest revision of the CPW energy statement appended to Mr. Stanley's proof, haven't you?
Yeah, so that's the. Sorry, bear with me. It's just I've got some appendices open.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the latest version now. It's got the same section 4.2 where I can see vegetation referred to.
Yes, yeah.
Now at page 10. But
yes, so that's the point, that vegetation can have a positive effect. I can't remember the exact words. I'm nearly there.
I can see it says, I think the first reference to vegetation is vegetation, landform, and any existing buildings can provide shade to a new development.
Yeah.
Well,
it's that acknowledgement that I was looking for. That.
Okay. Well, I think that
can have a positive impact on cooling. Or cooling demand was the point that I wanted to make on urban greening. So the from CD 915 and Appendix G, which is the additional evidence or the additional assessment of possible urban greening provisions. The vertical greening report prepared by Mr. Price. That in response to my claim that there are many opportunities for urban greening, that that haven't been explored. He's identified one further area which gives a nominal increase in the urban greening factor. But we've since asked by email, whether some of the other opportunities, such as those set out in CD 814, which is living roofs and walls from policy to practice. And if you bear with me, I'll just find a specific reference for that. On that document is the section on green walls from page 10 of 48. It sets out a number of different typologies for means of vertical urban greening, and I'm not clear whether all of those have been yet assessed or not. It's claimed that they have been, but there's no evidence to support that, and the additional report is quite clear that it considers green walls, and actually one of the potential areas on the Yule Road frontage, which was included in the 2015 scheme, that had some fins that are still within the red line, or appear to be within the red line, extended down, and this is shown down to floor level. This is shown in CD 71C, the east elevation. If you look at that drawing.
Right, so this is okay, so I see where we're on your list. So this is the design and access statement for the 2015 scheme.
Yeah. So in the design and access statement for the 2015 scheme, at page 72, there's a description of an urban greening manifestation that's proposed, and that is to allow climbing plants to grow. And if I read out what it says in CD 71C at page 73 of 103, it says externally the service yard will be clad in metal fins to match the existing condition. On the Yule Road frontage, they will be brought to ground, which will allow climbing plants to grow over the facade. This will make it blend with the existing mature planting located to the street edge and mitigate any impact to the neighbouring properties opposite. So that seems like a very, very positive contribution, and that's seemingly not being explored here. So I wonder why, because it's still within the red line. So a few minor points on urban greening, and then finally to close, and apologies, Madam Inspector, that I've gone over that 10 minutes that I optimistically thought I would complete in, but on the office and residential mix, I mentioned I covered some of the technical, I provided responses to some of the purported technical limitations to that in my rebuttal, but there's been nothing further raised, and then that concludes my oral evidence. Right.
Well, actually, hold on, because I've got one question. I've got one question about that office to residential mix arising out of my learned friend's opening. Now, you shouldn't need, if you've got my learned friend's opening, great, but if not, I can just read out what I'm referring to speed things. Paragraph 18, and this is discussing Tolworth Tower and high vacancy levels. And I just want to check one point. It said the original design has come under substantial strain as the office market has developed, given demands for more open plan working spaces with modern ventilation requirements and ceiling heights. Now, obviously, you're discussing in your rebuttal office to residential mix with floors of offices and floors of residential a la the 2015 scheme. I just wanted to check, maybe completely obvious, with that kind of mix, would there or would there not be an issue with modern ventilation requirements being achieved? If so, what would the problem be, or what?
No, simply no. I mean, I can't understand what that relates to. From the information Cud Bentley has given me through this process, there was an original central constant volume ventilation system which distributed conditioned air around the building. That's been decommissioned and removed, and the proposals for the residential elements now to have mechanical ventilation with heat recovery, so local ventilation systems that satisfy those requirements. And I'd probably suggest that the same would be adopted for an office fit out. So in this case, to local heat recovery units that are ducted to and from new louvers in the facade. So the short answer is no, there shouldn't be any.
Yeah, no, fine. Look, I just want to make sure you're not under a sense of apprehension. My learned friend there is talking. He's talking about the existing building. He's not discussing the office to resi mix that you've discussed in your rebuttal. Just so you understand.
Right. Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, no. But I did want to. That's why I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you about the modern ventilation requirements, and you've answered that.
The answer's still no. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Maguire. It's been a long shift. Madam, thank you very much for bearing with Mr. Maguire, obviously, through a long shift. I believe I can safely say, though, that had Mr. Maguire not prepared those notes on Mr. Stanley's materials, we would be here for much longer. I
can imagine, yes.
So thank you. Those are my questions for you, Mr. Maguire. And when the time comes, there'll be some questions from my learned friend.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is break for lunch. So I will adjourn, and I'm proposing to adjourn until 2:30. Now, just before I do want to complete, so it may be a longer afternoon. So bear with us. I do want to complete the cross-examination and the re-examination. Plus, if I have any questions, I will do so after cross-examination, if I do have any questions outstanding. I did have some questions as I was starting to go through, but Mr. Burton then pulled you back on a few points, and that answered some of the questions that I was going to ask. So I'll leave it until after cross-examination if I've got any outstanding questions, Mr. Maguire. So thank you very much. So sorry, Mr. Linus.
Sorry, ma'am. I know everyone's very keen to complete this witness today. The concern I have is that whilst we may want to sit later to do that and to allow for re-examination, that is going to be challenging potentially. I have no complaint about the time taken in chief because it's a technical area and evidence in chief needs to be given. But starting at 2:30, I think my original time estimate is probably going to have to extend because, again, without any complaint being made, there was more information that was being spoken to by Mr. Maguire in evidence in chief. So I just want to lay a marker down that whilst everyone's very keen to finish this witness today, that it could be potentially challenging. We may need to see where we are at an appropriate moment later on this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. I understand your point because obviously the evidence in chief has been longer than was anticipated. So in being proportionate, then I understand now that obviously your cross-examination may well need to go into a more lengthy element. Yes. If that is the case, then if you can, because I know you originally put 3 hours, so even if you were to stick to your original, that would still take us to 5:30 plus a break, so 6 o'clock, which is becoming untenable, to be fair.
Yes, well, I think to put my sort of cards on the table, as it were, ma'am, obviously there's a number of questions arising out of Mr. Maguire's note, which are of a technical nature inevitably. And again, I'm not making any complaint about that, but dealing with those matters, even on their own, could well extend the cross-examination beyond the original time estimate by at least an hour, simply because they are matters which need to be addressed. Several matters need to be addressed because of their technical nature. They need to be placed in some context to help you. That's my concern, that it could well be beyond 4 hours for the cross-examination to take place, which makes finishing today potentially even more untenable. Now, I know that we try to avoid this happening and for witnesses to effectively be held in purdah, particularly over a break at the end of an inquiry week. But I just wanted to lay down that marker so that we weren't reaching the stage at sort of 5 or 6 o'clock and having to think about this issue. I'm fully aware that obviously has knock-on consequences for the rest of an already challenging inquiry timetable, but I thought it better to raise that now.
No, thank you for raising that, Mr. Linus. And I'm just thinking on the hoof of how we can deal with this. I certainly don't want you to feel like you need to rush, because there are obviously some key points that you need to come back on as part of your cross-examination, and quite rightly so, you have that right to do that. What I'd just like to know now, I don't mind sitting later today, but I certainly don't want to sit late, because it's quite grueling.
Yes.
So what sort of time? It sounds to me like we're going to have a break and then come back. So although Mr. Maguire will still be in cross-examination over the weekend, and we will come back to them, Mr. Maguire being cross-examined, and complete that on Tuesday, how long would you like to do cross-examination for this afternoon?
Well, if we started at 2:30, I wouldn't have any objection at all to cross-examining until 5 or so. 2.5 hours with a break takes us to sort of 5:30 or so in any event, with a break in between. I wouldn't have any objection to that, subject to possibly going a little bit more to reach a convenient point. But I suspect, given that Mr. Maguire has been in the witness stand already this morning for some time, going beyond that is not going to be particularly fair either to him or, frankly, to the rest of us who've been dealing with this matter all day. So I would be nervous about going beyond 5:30, subject to reaching a convenient break in the structure of the questioning. Okay,
that's fine. Let's reconvene. We'll resume when we come back at 2:30. And let's see how far we go. I will bring you in, Mr. Burton, in a moment, and we will come back. And I was just going to ask, does anybody have any issues with staying on until 5 or 5:30, first of all, Mr. Burton and Mr. Maguire, if necessary? No. Mr. Burton, what were you going to?
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm obviously well aware of the realities. Speaking entirely selfishly, it looks like I will be stuck without my energy, etc. witness over 4 days, or more than 4 days, actually.
That was my concern. Yes.
So, I mean, these things happen in inquiries. Mr. Stanley, I think, is due to give evidence at the earliest on Wednesday, although given this knock on, I doubt now perhaps that will be Wednesday, maybe it will be Thursday. I'll just have to live with it. Madam, normally the witness isn't in purdah until they start cross-examination in inquiries. I don't know if Mr. Maguire actually has anything he wants to discuss with me. I've probably said all that I need to say to him now, which is, you won't be able to talk to me or anyone else once you start cross-examination until you finish it.
It will be a quiet weekend, Mr. Maguire.
I mean, ma'am, if it helps, I suspect because of the programming issues that we've been discussing, in order to ensure that Mr. Lee is can give evidence next week, given his unavailability in the following week, it may be necessary to bring him forward and swap him with Mr. Stanley, who's not under the same constraints. I'm contemplating that at the moment, given where we are in the programme. And if I thought about that and decided it was the right thing to do, I would obviously tell you and Mr. Burton, but that would potentially mitigate the concern that Mr. Burton's raised about not having a great deal of time between Mr. Maguire completing his evidence and then Mr. Stanley starting his, because we'd have Mr. Lee being interposed between them. But I will keep that under review. And as I said, I don't want to put Mr. Burton at any disadvantage, so I would speak to him about this before I decided to do that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burton, you obviously have a right to converse with Mr. Maguire now, because cross-examination hasn't worked. Whether you wish to do so, though, as you've been talking about energy for many hours so far, you may not wish to. You may wish to have a break, but I will leave that up to yourself. And I will, if we can come back at 2:30. I know that's just under an hour, but if everybody's okay with that start. Thank you very much, and we'll start cross-examination at 2:30. So Mr. Maguire, have a well-deserved rest and come back ready to be cross-examined by Mr. Linus. So thank you all. I'll adjourn now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can I move straight on to Mr. Linus, please, to start cross-examination?
Thank you very much, ma'am. As far as documents are concerned, I don't think you'll need anything else out beyond what you've already opened for the purposes of evidence in chief by way of core documents, proofs and rebuttals. Just to put yourself and Mr. Maguire in the picture as far as the structure is concerned, what I want to deal with first of all is the approach to an energy strategy. Secondly, policy SI2 and the energy hierarchy. Thirdly, policy SI3 while we're dealing with policy matters. Fourthly, alternative site-wide options. Fifthly, overheating. And then sixth, other matters. And I'll do my best to flag when we're moving from one of those broad topic areas on to the next one, ma'am. So that's hopefully a broad structure for what we're going to be covering, at least in part, this afternoon.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you. So first heading, ma'am, is approach to providing an energy strategy. Good afternoon, Mr. Maguire. I see you're on mute at the moment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Linus.
Good afternoon. Okay, approach to providing an energy strategy. Hopefully we can take this relatively briefly, but can we start please with policy SI2 of the London Plan, which is CD53. Ma'am, if you're on the PDF, on my PDF version, it's page 357. And it's page 342 of the document itself. And the words energy strategy appear under criterion B, Mr. Maguire, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Forgive me, Mr. Linus. I'm just had an issue with the PDF.
Okay. Do you have it now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, we know that energy strategy isn't defined within policy SI2. That's right, isn't it?
When you see energy strategy isn't defined within,
yes, there's no definition of what energy strategy actually means in the policy itself. That's right, isn't it?
Well, there are various supporting paragraphs that set out what it needs to do.
Yes, we'll come on to those. But as far as the policy itself is concerned, there's no definition contained within the policy. That's right, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Thanks very much. And there's no prescriptive approach in policy as to how the energy strategy information to be provided. That's right, isn't it?
No, I don't believe that is correct. I think there is a prescriptive policy because it says you need to apply the energy hierarchy.
Yes, but there's no prescriptive approach to the manner in which that energy hierarchy needs to be addressed within the energy strategy. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, of course there is. You couldn't do it without addressing it in a specific way.
Yes, you need to address the energy hierarchy, but there's no prescriptive approach set out within criterion B as to exactly what form the strategy takes. That's right, isn't it?
I don't believe it is. No, I don't. I disagree.
Okay.
I think that it's very clear that you have to apply the energy hierarchy, and it's very clear with how you apply it.
If there's no dispute that you have to provide the energy hierarchy, Mr. Maguire. But let's see if we can put it in this way: there's nothing in the policy wording itself which requires a strategy to take the same undifferentiated form across the entire site, is there?
Well, what are you suggesting, that you're allowed to do different approaches for different parts of the site? Because I'm sorry, I don't follow. To me, it's very clear that you apply the energy hierarchy to the development that you're considering, and there's one way of doing that. And
yes, well, no, you have to apply the energy hierarchy, but there's nothing in the policy wording itself which requires the strategy to take the same singular form across the entirety of the site? Is there?
Well, it's obvious that needs to occur because it talks about an energy strategy. I think the only point in time where it might do what you suggest is if there was a statement that said you can have different energy strategies. So no, I disagree that's the case.
An energy strategy, as far as the policy wording itself is concerned, does not have to be described in a singular form across the entirety of the site. That's right, it's not mandatory, as you've said.
I haven't said that the well, the energy strategy is mandatory.
Yes, there's no dispute about the strategy itself, but
the thing. So I think that perhaps that are we talking about the strategy that's employed versus different strategies for the development or not? Forgive me, I don't.
I'm just dealing with the policy wording. There's nothing in the policy wording which requires a singular site-wide strategy for energy, is there?
There is. It says an energy strategy for the development, thereby, yes, by implication, it is a single energy strategy for the development. Now, whether or whatever the outcome of that strategy is, that's dependent upon the design team following that approach.
Yes, but in the way that you suggested already in your evidence, Mr. Maguire, the outcome and what that strategy describes does not have to take the same singular form across the entirety of the site, does it?
Well, that's not what you're talking about. What you're talking about, I believe, Mr. Linus, forgive me, is the solution.
Yes,
not the strategy, not the energy strategy or the energy assessment. You're talking about the solution, so the outcome of the analysis that is then forms part of the design scheme.
Yes, but
might be different for different parts of the development.
Yes, exactly. I think that's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Maguire, because the strategy needs to identify what the proposed outcome for the plan for dealing with energy on the site is. That's right, isn't it? That's what the strategy needs to do.
But you're moving into a different area there, not the question that you asked me about producing a singular energy strategy for the development. The energy strategy of the development is singular. Yes. Now, when that is applied correctly,
yes,
there'll be a process which is followed, and there'll be an outcome.
Yes.
When all of those stages have been applied correctly, there'll be an outcome. And in my evidence, my oral evidence, I said that, for example, a single heat network is not mandatory.
Yes.
But it has to be justified that it can't be provided. Now, it's important that that is the outcome of the energy strategy, of the single energy strategy, not as I believe your question was framed. I interpreted it as saying you can have multiple strategies. They're different things.
No, I think the way I've been trying to put it is a strategy can have more than one element to it, can't it?
Well, yes. In terms of the outcome, of course.
Yes, yes, exactly. So I think that's where I'm trying to get to. So I think we're not actually at cross purpose. We're not disagreeing, Mr. Maguire. We agree that insofar as an energy strategy has to produce an outcome indicating how energy is going to be dealt with on the site, there is nothing mandatory which requires a singular approach across the entire site. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah, and that's what I said.
Thank you very much.
In my evidence, yeah.
Thank you. And there's nothing in the policy to suggest that that's required, correct?
To suggest what's required.
That is a required outcome of an energy strategy as set out in the policy.
No, but the policy doesn't discuss it in that level of detail.
No, well, I think that's where I started, Mr. Maguire. Okay, let's move on and just try and keep this simple. Again, there's nothing in the rest of policy SI2 which suggests that the outcome of an energy strategy needs to be or must be a singular approach to energy over an entire development site. That's right, isn't it?
The supporting text.
Again, I'm going to come on to supporting text. I'm still in the policy wording at the moment. There's nothing in the
Right.
rest of the policy, apart from criterion B, to suggest that you must have a singular approach to dealing with energy across an entire development site. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And one can note under criterion C, bearing in mind that answer, that it requires a minimum on-site reduction of at least 35% beyond building regulations. And one knows that there are different requirements for residential development and non-residential development. Again, you may have differing requirements applied to different parts of a development in order to achieve those reductions. That's right, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So one may have differing approaches to different parts of the development site within the same overall strategy, correct?
Well, there too, you've actually asked two different things or stated two different things there. So the carbon reduction might be achieved in might be different between the different parts of the development. Yes.
Yes.
But that, you know, it can follow, yes, that you might have different systems or approaches for different parts of the development. Yes. I mean,
yes. And the energy strategy may describe those in different parts of the energy strategy document, correct?
No, incorrect.
Well, if you have a strategy document which describes itself as an energy strategy covering an entire development, and you know that different buildings in the development are going to be meeting different building regs requirements, surely you can have within the same strategy document differentiated descriptions as to how those buildings will meet building regs requirements. That's right, isn't it? In the same document?
You would of course have different descriptions if you arrived at the fact that the different systems were most appropriate, but you wouldn't assess and appraise those, and this is an important distinction. You wouldn't assess and appraise those necessarily at different times, because what you have to do is look at you have to apply that process to the whole development. So if, for example, you had two different approaches, two different strategies, and you applied the energy hierarchy to those two independently, then they would never be integrated. So the discussion or the proposal that you're talking about would follow the application of the energy hierarchy. So there may be a divergence, yes, but and you would need that if you were describing different parts of it. So, but it would be after the application, if you like.
Sure. So I think again we're agreeing you can have within the same strategy a divergence of approach to buildings within the same development.
Oh,
correct?
Of course, yes, yeah, of course you can.
Much.
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you very much. And I think you referred to supporting text. Can we just turn to paragraph 9.2.12, please, which is on page 361 PDF, page 346 paper. Now, again, if trying to keep this as short as possible, again, there's nothing in these sub-paragraphs under 9.2.12 to say that an energy strategy must set out a singular approach to energy across an entire development site, correct?
No, but
No. Okay.
no, but well, not no. Then sorry,
No.
forgive me. Under point C, it says, you know, when applying, be clean. It says prioritizing connection to district heating and cooling networks and utilizing local secondary heat sources.
Yeah.
Suggesting singular approaches are preferable.
Well, it doesn't say anything like that in paragraph C, Mr. McGuire, does it? There's nothing there to say that you must have an undifferentiated or singular approach to dealing with energy across an entire site under that paragraph.
No, but it does say
No.
prioritizing connection to district heating and cooling networks.
Yes, nothing, but nothing to say, nothing to prescribe how that connection takes place there, is there?
No.
No, thank you very much. And just to be clear, you're not relying upon anything else in 9.2.12 to suggest that there is a requirement for a singular approach to be taken across an entire development site. That's right, isn't it?
There's nothing mandating it.
No. Okay. Thank you very much. And again, just to be absolutely clear on the point, given that you have referred to the 2020 guidance at CD 513, can we just take that out briefly, please? And can we turn to page 8 of the PDF and page 5 of the internal page number, please?
Yep.
Thank you very much. And paragraph 1.7, again, a series of requirements set out there for what energy assessments must do. And I just want to highlight the beginning of paragraph 1.7. Each application is considered on its merits, taking into account the individual characteristics of the development. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so again, the important point is that any energy strategy that is prepared for a site must take into account the particular characteristics of the development in question,
yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And again, that tends to emphasize you do not have to have a singular undifferentiated approach to what you do with energy across the development site, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think in your evidence, you referred to part of paragraph 1.7, where there is a reference to, if you read down the bullet points, I think it's the 7th, to commit to a communal heat network to allow connection to existing or planned district heat works identified in the area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and I think certainly at least at one point there was a suggestion that's confirmed that you need to have somehow sort of singular energy strategy applied to the entire site. But can we just see that bullet point in context, please? Can we go to paragraph 9.11 of the guidance, please, which is on PDF, page 36, internal page numbering, page 33. Okay, do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, it says for developments outside HNPAs, that's us, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, a communal system is recommended. So again, there's no requirement in guidance for a communal system to be provided for developments outside HNPAs. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, there's no requirement. There may be a recommendation, but there's no requirement, is there?
No, this paragraph introduces or covers that requirement, because it says that individual heating systems would be appropriate for low density individual housing where no district heating networks are planned or feasible, or where evidence is provided that a communal system is uneconomic. So I see that as a very important part of the guidance to reinforce the need to actively prove that a communal system is uneconomic.
Okay, but as I say, bearing in mind what we have done with the policy requirements, bearing in mind that we've looked through that, and this is guidance alone, there's nothing there consistent with the approach that's taken through the policy itself to say that a communal system is a firm requirement. That's right, isn't it?
If you can prove that it isn't viable.
Well, if one looks over to paragraph 935, please, let's see how this plays out in the rest of the guidance. It's PDF page 41 and page 38 of the internal page numbering. This is relating to scenario 3, okay? And if one looks back to internal page 35, one can see that the page 36, sorry, it says this is heat network connection scenarios, the section that we're in here, okay? So we're dealing with scenario 3 under heat network connection scenarios. And paragraph 9.35 on PDF page 41. So this relates to development in areas where an area-wide heat work is not proposed and which is not within an HNPA. Do you see that heading?
Yep.
So that's where we are at the moment, correct?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. It says in such areas, an on-site heat work may still be applicable to a given new development if this is of sufficient size and density to benefit from a decentralized heating solution. It says alternatively, a communal heat network within each individual building may be more appropriate. This will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So again, it confirms the theme, doesn't it, Mr. Maguire, that a communal heat network is not a policy requirement, but it depends on circumstances which relate to a case-by-case basis, correct?
And yes, it does, and the proving of those cases at the time.
Okay. And well, we'll come back to that when we're looking at alternative site-wide scenarios further on down the track. I'm just trying to clear up with you the policy position, okay? So I think we can agree then it's not a requirement, needs to be considered on a case-by-case basis. So the fundamental
I
point
don't
is,
agree with that. I don't agree with that because it's subject to viability. The point is that this guidance is the GLA's guidance of how to comply with SI2.
Okay, well, we can come back to whether something is economic or not, because it's something that we say has been considered. I know you disagree, but we'll come back to that. But if one looks at 9.35, the drafting there is broad in the sense that it says it may still be applicable to a given new development if it is of sufficient size and density to benefit from a decentralized heating solution. Alternatively, a communal heat network within each individual building may be more appropriate. So again, there's a broad approach that's taken here. The guidance is not being prescriptive about whether or not a communal heat network should be provided. That's right, isn't it?
Well, this is setting scenarios associated with the guidance. I think more important is the policy, is the other paragraphs we were looking at previously.
But we are in this scenario.
Test.
Well, we are in this scenario, aren't we, Mr. Maguire?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
So it's appropriate for the inspector to apply paragraph 9.35 when she's considering this case, isn't it?
It is, but under 9.35, if you want to apply it, if you want to move away from the wording of the text and then apply it specifically to our development, then the first line confirms that a site-wide approach is more suitable here, because it says if this is of sufficient size and density to benefit from a decentralized heating solution as the primary objective, which this scheme undoubtedly is.
Well, we need to come on to consider that as part of the later questions that I'm going to ask you. It's just that I need to establish with you the basic position and guidance is that there is nothing in the guidance which says a single communal system must be provided in cases of developments outside HNPAs. That's right, isn't it?
As I said in my evidence, that a site-wide network isn't mandatory.
Thank you. Okay. Now let's move on, please, on to the second heading, which is the energy hierarchy under policy SI2. Okay, let's pause and move on to that heading. Now, I'm asking all these questions, prefacing with, I know you take the view that there is another potential site-wide solution out there. I'm just asking you about the proposal as it stands to see if we can reach some common ground on what's actually been proposed. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Linus, I don't understand. What do you mean by I think there's something outside the site?
No, not outside the site. I know that you have taken the view that we have not looked sufficiently at a site-wide option. I think in particular it's the ambient loop option, which we'll come back to later on. Yes. I'm going to leave that for the later parts of the questions. I just want to look at how the hierarchy works based on what is actually proposed by the appellant at the moment. Okay. So if we go back to the London Plan policy, and it is CD53SI2, and we go back to PDF 357. We've dealt with B already. As far as C is concerned, that refers to minimum on-site reduction of 35% being required for major development. Now, again, I hope we can keep this brief, but I don't understand you to dispute that these proposals would achieve a minimum on-site reduction of at least 35% beyond building regs.
I don't.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. As far as the hierarchy itself is concerned, if one looks up to criterion A, under B, lean, use less energy and manage demand during operation. Again, perhaps we can keep this short. You accept that the work done by Cud Bentley appended to the energy statement, which has been prepared by CPW, I'll call them rather than use the full name. You accept that those documents set out within them the approach that has been taken both within T1 and T2 and T3 to establish how the proposals meet the B lean step in the hierarchy. I know you're going to say that we haven't looked at a site-wide approach. I'll come on to that, but you accept as a matter of form the documents follow that step. Yep. Correct. Thank you. And if one looks at how the B lean criterion has been considered within the local plan, if one moves beyond the policy and goes to PDF 359, internal page 344, please. One can see figure 9.2, the energy hierarchy and associated targets. And one sees this figure, the B lean step in the hierarchy has against it the building regs baseline energy efficiency target. You see that?
Yeah.
Again, there's no dispute that the proposals as they stand achieve that energy efficiency target that's indicated on figure 9.2, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And insofar as the 2020 guidance, perhaps I can just give the reference CD 513, and it is paragraph 7.1 and 7.2. They make a similar point that you should seek to achieve the energy efficiency target to satisfy the B lean aspect of the hierarchy, correct? Do you want to get the document out to have a look at it?
I've got it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's PDF page 20. It's paragraph 7.1, 7.2. Do you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so all applications referred to them are expected to achieve energy efficiency targets. Domestic 10%, non-domestic development should achieve at least 15%. And there's no dispute that we comply with that aspect of the guidance as far as B-lean is concerned, correct? Yep. In fact, again, without going to all of the figures in an attempt to keep this short, we are we're well beyond the energy efficiency targets overall, aren't we?
I'd have to refer to the specific documents to confirm where you are, but
okay.
I know it's met.
In the okay, thank you very much. Then if we move on, please, to the B clean part of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
The policy says under criterion A, exploit local energy resources such as secondary heat, supply energy efficiently and cleanly. Again, hopefully we can avoid going into the relevant parts of the Codd-Bentley statement appended as part of the energy strategy that CPW have prepared. It's right, isn't it? There aren't any existing CHP systems to connect to, correct?
Yeah, that is correct, but that's
thank you very much.
Not just the B clean step.
I understand. I'm just looking at where we can reach agreement within each step of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
And again, hopefully we can agree this without going to the documents. The Mayor of London's heat map shows no existing or proposed future district heating networks planned in the area, correct?
Yeah.
And we're not in an HNPA, are we? No.
No, it's a potential demand site on the heat map.
No, but we're not on an HNPA as far as the application of the B clean element in the hierarchy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think there was some suggestion in your evidence that the heat map doesn't contain all information, but I think you'll agree that HNPAs are identified by the Mayor, and the only source of information identified within the policy itself is the heat map. That's right, isn't it?
Well, the obligation is on the applicant to investigate and consider potential sources of connection. That was the point I made in my proof. So that goes beyond just the heat map. So that was what I was trying to convey.
Yes, okay. But as far as the heat map is concerned, that's the document that's produced by the Mayor pursuant to this policy, correct?
It is, but there's no suggestion that the research is limited to that.
No, but obviously the map, given that it's been prepared by the Mayor, is a highly relevant source document, isn't it?
Of course it is, but it's not limited to that.
Thank you very much. Okay. And there isn't any evidence produced by the council to suggest any prospect of decentralised energy or district heating, is there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you very much. And the energy master plan that you referred to in the supplementary rebuttal of Mr. Stanley, Appendix F, can we just go to that, please?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you just confirm the document number, etc.?
It is It is the supplementary rebuttal that's been prepared by Mr. Stanley. I'm not sure what core document number, bear with me, ma'am. It should be, is it CD 920? It should be it's called the Monday document. Thank you very much. And it's a long document, but if one goes to PDF page 68, that's the beginning of the document, if you can get that, ma'am. Do you have that? Thank you very much. And if we go to PDF page 73.
Which page is that in the AECOM report, please?
Oh, it'll be page 3 as part of the executive summary, Mr. McGuire.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And one can see the word, just let me find my reference if you may. Yes, in short, it says under the third paragraph under district heating networks, it says the scope of a district heating networks in the Tolworth area appears to be limited. Major Tesco site, which includes residential units and leisure centre, as well as a supermarket, already includes a CHP plant size to serve the whole development. The other major building in the area, Tolworth Tower, appears to have an uncertain future, and a standalone CHP is likely more suitable to this building in any case. Other sites are too small or too distant to justify a connection. That's as a broad position. Can we move down to PDF page 86, please, just to gather a few references? And it's in page number 16 within the document itself. PDF 86, figure 4.
Yep.
And the text there, figure 5 and figure 6, show the heat maps with potential anchor heat loads identified, primarily based on information gathered during the heat mapping study. On first inspection, KTC areas appears to have a large number of opportunities, whilst the Tolworth area appears to be extremely limited. Do you see that?
Yep.
Thank you very much. And if one goes down to PDF page 97, that's internal page 27, final paragraph. Overall, the potential in the Tolworth area appears extremely limited, with any scheme being based around the two key sites, Tesco and Tolworth Tower, but with seemingly little benefit to each for connecting these sites together with the DH network. Other sites are either too small or uncertain, unknown to be viable for connection. Now, I appreciate you've made the point about, well, what would you do on the site itself? We're going to come back to that as part of the later questioning I have for you. But I'm asking these questions in relation to the Be Clean part of the hierarchy. As far as a connection to another district heat network is concerned, there is no evidence at this stage that there is a viable connection between this site and an existing or planned network outside the site. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect, because you're drawing on a study that was produced in 2013.
Yes.
So it's,
well, it hasn't been updated since. This document's one of the evidence base, part of the evidence base for the emerging local plan, isn't it, Mr. McGuire?
I don't know whether it is or it isn't. It's not. Sorry, I haven't studied what opportunities there are for heat network connection, because that's something that should have been done through the course of the production of the energy statements.
Yes.
So whilst I disagree I disagree that this document says that at today's date, because I don't know what's happened in the area in the interim. Now,
sure, but
I think your argument is based upon the London heat map covering, being updated to cover any potential opportunities. But my point in my proof was that I can't see that that's been explored, and this document, as thorough and as useful as it is, doesn't. Neither you nor I know whether this has any bearing on the provision of heat networks in the vicinity or the potential for them at the present time.
But just to summarise, there's nothing on the heat map to suggest viability of a connection to an existing or planned network, and there's nothing in the most recent study prepared by the council to suggest anything different, correct?
Well, that might be correct, but that's
Thank
not
you.
the end of the obligation.
Okay, well, we can make submissions on the extent to which that information should be given the way that we said it needs to be in applying this aspect of the hierarchy. But just to confirm, you don't bring forward any evidence of existing or planned networks in this case beyond what can be gleaned from the heat map and what the council itself has produced in its own master plan. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not going to answer that because that's not my responsibility in the context of this inquiry.
Okay, thank you. Now, as far as B green is concerned, the next step in the hierarchy, again, I know we're going to come on to the point about potential for site-wide, but again, you accept that the energy strategy prepared by CPW with the appended version from Cud-Bentley considers the B green step of the hierarchy and considers potential options for renewable energy under this step of the hierarchy, correct?
It does, yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And again, subject to us coming on to the site-wide issue, you haven't taken any particular issue with the content of those documents insofar as they go, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And then the final stage of the hierarchy, B seen. Monitor, verify, and report on energy performance. Again, perhaps we can keep this short. You accept, don't you, that the energy strategy prepared by CPW and with the appendix from Cud-Bentley in relation to T1 addresses the B seen stage of the hierarchy. That's right, isn't it?
It depends which version of the information you're referring to.
Right. Okay.
The submission information doesn't.
No, I'm looking
the
at
application, but,
sure.
But information received since
does.
But
yes.
I don't know.
Very well. Let's
where
assume
they now fall.
Okay, let's assume for the purposes of my questions that one's looking at the latest version of the energy strategy prepared by CPW, which is in Appendix L to Mr. Stanley's proof, and appended to that is the latest version of the Cud-Bentley strategy in relation to T1, which is Appendix A of his rebuttal. Okay, let's assume that for present purposes we're absolutely clear. So again, on that assumption, you accept that the strategy compiled in that way addresses the B seen element of the hierarchy, correct?
Well, sorry, Mr. Linus, I don't. The CPW's document seems to copy the proposed wording from the GLA. So in that sense, yes, for CPW,
yes, okay.
But Cud-Bentley has included a particularly strange wording that doesn't commit. It says that something like the developer commits to consider applying these things. So
okay, but in principle, Mr. McGuire, I mean, there's no reason why the policy objective of monitoring and reporting can't be achieved.
No.
Here, okay, thank you very much.
It's very straightforward.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Let's just take a pause there for me. I'll just check if there's anything more I need to ask you about the application of the hierarchy to the proposed scheme. Okay. Just a couple of miscellaneous points before I move on to the third topic, which policy SI 3. There were some other miscellaneous points in your proof on items within the supporting text 9.2.12 on PDF page 361 of the London Plan. Again, we're talking about the proposed strategy. Okay.
Which paragraph, sorry?
9.2.12 on PDF page 361.
Yes.
Okay. Now we've dealt with various aspects of the hierarchy as matters stand when looking at the policy, and many of those will be covered within these sub-paragraphs. There's just a couple of extra particular points I want to ask you about as far as 9.2.12 is concerned. Future proofing under paragraph I, do you see that on page 362?
Yeah.
And I think you accept, don't you, that provision has been made for connection to a future district heating network if one's ever brought forward?
There's a drawing being provided. Yep. So subject to my comments. Yeah.
Subject to your comments. So again, as part of the application of the paragraph 9.2.12 guidance, which is directed at the energy hierarchy, you accept that future proofing to 2050 has been contributed to by the provision that has been made in that respect, correct?
It's a challenging one to answer because there's no clear means of achieving net zero. So for T2, T3, which will achieve continued reductions in carbon, as I explained this morning, as the carbon factor of the carbon emission from grid supplied electricity reduces.
Yes.
T2, T3 emissions will diminish, but there's no mechanism to say that at 2050 this is how it will be zero, if you like. So there's a provision there that would take that part of the development down the path.
Yes.
That's not the same for T1.
So you'd accept. Sorry, Mr. McGuire, I didn't want to drop you.
After you.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's move on to the district heating network, because I think you've accepted that that's relevant at least to this objective of future proofing to 2050. But as far as T1 is concerned, the air source heat pumps and the PV will have improved performance in the future as the carbon factors will decrease as the grid decarbonizes.
Well,
yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Well, the PV will generate, the PV won't change. The PV, the PV will generate electrical energy at site, and that'll just come off what's there. So in actual fact, the amount of electricity that the PV generates will decrease over time. So that's not necessarily directly related to the carbon emission factor, but it's a contributory factor to where we are now. The return water heat pump that's proposed for T1 would, yes, as the carbon factor of the electricity that's used to generate that decreases, as would the benefit of that would increase, but it's a very, very small proportion of the claimed overall demand. Okay. So no, I mean to help in this discussion, and as I touched on this morning, Mr. Stanley in his rebuttal confirmed that the temperature of that system could be reduced, but there's nothing to suggest, or there's no means, you know, there's no means of there's no clear means of how you would achieve that within the scheme, because, you know, how do you future-proof by doing something that you can't do now, because you're claiming there's no space and what have you for it. So it's quite a complicated argument, actually.
True, but the concept of future-proofing, when one applies that to the system temperatures point, reducing the system temperatures in the T1 heating system and the circulation of the water temperature, it allows the system to be served off air source heat pumps fully in the future if electrical capacity were to exist. That's right, isn't it?
Just like it could now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so in that sense, it's another element demonstrating that the scheme is taking steps to future-proof itself towards zero carbon in 2050, isn't it?
It is, but that narrative's needed in the energy statements, not the separate documentation that we've got now. Because this has only come out through our discussions, hasn't it?
Okay, but again, in principle, as far as the achievement of these aspects of the guidance are concerned, relating back to the energy hierarchy, you accept from the points I've raised in the last few moments, the scheme does take steps to future-proof itself to 2050, correct?
It is taking steps, yeah.
Thank you very much. As far as just to gather up the other stray paragraphs in 9 to 12 that haven't been covered by the broader look at the energy hierarchy and the policy. J, confirmation of offsetting arrangements if required. There's no issue there, is there? We can achieve that, correct?
The proposals within the updated strategies are acceptable, but the arrangements aren't confirmed.
Okay. Carbon emissions assessment, there's no issue on that, is there?
No.
Analysis of the expected cost occupants associated with proposed energy strategy. And again, as far as this paragraph is telling you what an energy strategy needs to do, that information is in the documentation, isn't it? Thank you very much. Yep. Thank you. Okay, so that's the section on the energy hierarchy as far as the proposal is concerned. Okay, can I move on to the third topic, please, which is policy SI 3, and we'll stay in the London plan just to keep this as convenient as possible, and go to CD 5.3 and it's PDF 363. And it's internal page 348. Now, I don't want to spend too long.
My apologies, Mr. Linus. I was still just writing a note on the previous point. So could you just give me the document reference points again, please?
It's CD 5.3 and it's PDF page 363. Do you have that, ma'am? Thank you very much. Okay, as I said, Mr. McGuire, I don't want to spend too long on this, but as we're going through policy, it seems it was a convenient point to address it. Let me just have a look at the wording of this policy, please. Because I think, just to put this in context, you appear to have relied on this policy to suggest that a failure to comply with it is something that sort of counts against these proposals. Do I understand that correctly, or are you not suggesting there's anything in this policy which counts against this scheme?
Well, I think, sorry. I think in the context of my comments, I don't believe that this policy has been applied properly. And I've explained where I think how I believe this policy should be applied, because it's also referenced in point M in 9.2.12, which we've just discussed, for proposals that connect to or create new heat networks.
Yes, okay.
which brings in SI3, but also,
Yes, okay.
as I've explained, the energy assessment guidance requires SI2, 3, and 4 to be fully considered and addressed in any energy
right.
assessment. So,
well, I just want to understand where the issue is. I can ask Mr. So Stanley to respond on it as necessary, because you made sort of general references to SI3 in your evidence. Just want to look at how the policy works. There is criterion A, or part A of the policy. It says the boroughs and developers should engage in early stage with relevant energy companies and bodies to establish the future energy and infrastructure requirements arising from large-scale development proposals such as opportunity areas, town centres, other growth areas or clusters, and so on. Now, then criterion B, energy master plans should be developed for large-scale development locations. Now, looking at sort of policy part A, that refers to opportunity area and clusters of significant new development. So I think it's clear, isn't it, Mr. Maguire, that one's looking at something sort of beyond a development site when one's applying the policy there. That's right, isn't it?
do you mean bigger than major development? Because this is major development.
Yes, it's something else that one's being spoken of there.
Yeah.
And similarly, under Part B of the policy, energy master plan should be developed for large-scale development locations. Again, that is talking about something different from major development proposals, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Is that all you were going to raise on that point, Mr. Linus? Because the other points do apply if we're seeing those.
Well, I'm just going through them.
Sorry, but forgive me.
Yeah, so we're not in A or B. We're not in C either.
Well, C would be applicable for a development plan, wouldn't it?
Yes, but we're looking at a proposal here. We're not looking at what the whether or not the local plan is performing in a particular way. We're looking at how this policy applies to our scheme. Okay, Mr. Maguire. So that part of the policy is telling you what development plans should do, not what individual proposals have to do. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then under D, major development proposals within heat network priority areas. So that's not us, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I understand it then to mean that your only point in relation to this policy is under criterion E. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, again, I don't want to prolong the sort of cross-examination too much, but in the rebuttal that Mr. Stanley provided at, I don't think we need to take it out necessarily in the interest of saving time, but at page 9 of that rebuttal, he says that the proposal secondary and tertiary systems have been designed in accordance with SIBC Code of Practice section 3. In the light of that, and he says it's not feasible to explain every single aspect. It was an extensive document. Just so I can be clear, I mean, are you prepared to accept, Mr. Maguire, that the heat networks as shown within the proposal have been designed in accordance with CP1?
No, I'm not.
Right. Okay.
At all.
Okay. Now, just so I can take a note and we can pick this up, Mr. Stanley indicates that design standards have been complied with from the Code of Practice at page 9 of the rebuttal, including the Danish standards, DS 439, heat meters and standards applied to hot water. Can I just be clear so I can ask them to comment? Which design standards within that document are you alleging have not been followed?
There's no evidence being provided. As I explained this morning, there's there's no evidence to suggest that any parts of CP1 have been applied to this development, and if they had, the design team would have been able to provide the calculations that I referred to this morning, would have been able to provide a completed CP1 2020 checklist, which forms part of the document.
Okay.
But none of that has been provided. So I think that you raise a very good point here, that it says that's what's being done, and I think that's great. That seems to be the aims and objectives of the design team. But as I've struggled, and as I hope the lengths I've gone to try and interpret the information that I've had, and as I explained this morning, I hope that proves the challenge I've had in trying to establish the basis of the design.
Okay, so you accept what Mr. Stanley says in his report, at least insofar as you accept that Mr. Stanley has said that, as far as they're concerned, that the secondary and tertiary systems have been designed in accordance with CP1. That you just haven't seen the evidence to confirm it.
Well, I can't accept. Why would I accept he said it if I haven't seen?
Okay.
Forgive me, Mr. Linus. I don't mean to be obstructive, but
I just wanted to understand what the exact nature of the dispute was. Okay, thank you.
It's been stated, but I've.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so just before we move on to the singular site-wide options issue, just to wrap up, we've been through the energy hierarchy as far as the proposal is concerned, and we've been through 9 to 12 as well. Just stepping back from the detail of that, I think overall, I heard you say when you're giving your evidence in chief that you regarded T2 and T3 as very sort of high performing in a general sense. So on there, if you take them as if you take the strategy as applied to T2 and T3, just in broad terms, I took it from what you said that the strategy for those buildings you would regard as a good one, because they're high performing buildings as far as energy is concerned. Correct?
Well,
is that a fair summary?
Again, I have to limit that to say that the broad principles of the strategy, yes. And I can't say for everything of the composite design and how in every aspect of it, but
yes, but the broad principles,
the core principles,
core principles are good. Thank you. And if that's T2 and T3, so you're happy with the broad principles of the approach, that's helpful. Thank you. And as far as T1 is concerned, obviously the information on T1 as has been prepared by Cud Bentley. We know that T1 is a subject of the Resolution 2 grant, correct? For the refurb of T1?
Planning, permissions, and the legal terminology around that is beyond my experience. I'm aware that there was a resolution to grant, but I'm aware also that nothing's been agreed.
Sure, thank you very much. That's sufficient for my purposes. But you'll be aware, obviously, that the work that Cud Bentley did, that the fundamentals of the energy strategy that are now proposed for T1, save, to be fair, with respect to the change in the temperature within T1, the running temperature that we've been discussing already. The fundamentals of the Cud Bentley work are essentially the same as they were when the resolution to grant for T1 came forward. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, just to summarize this section on the proposed strategy as it is, we have, and again, you can underline as many times as you like, this is subject to the site-wide discussion we're about to have. The strategy as proposed has an approach to T2 and T3, the broad principles of which you think are sound, and an approach to T1, which is essentially consistent with what has been found to be acceptable by the council for the refurb. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
The strategy that's proposed for T1 is in line with what was proposed in the earlier application. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So again, just to confirm this, because just to take a step or a pause rather as to where we are, you've accepted that there's no policy requirement for a singular solution, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And when one looks at the solution that's been provided, you have accepted that the approach taken to T2 and T3 is broadly sound, correct?
For those buildings, if they were in isolation. Yeah.
Yes. And you accept that the proposal as far as T1 is concerned is essentially what the council's been content to approve previously, correct, for T1?
Well, it hadn't been approved, but what I accept is it's the same as what was proposed previously. That's what I accept.
Thank you very much. And you accept that, obviously, subject to the consideration of the site-wide options we're about to turn to, the information that's been provided in the CPW work with the Cubunty work appended provides the information which demonstrates how the energy hierarchy has been followed in the strategy, subject to your site-wide point that we're going to come on to.
I think that's quite a sweeping statement for me to agree to, because I can't agree to that out of context. So the answer to that is no.
Okay, very well. Anyway, thank you for the earlier answers. That's sufficient for my broad purposes for now. Let's move on then, please, to feasibility of singular site-wide. Can I put that as the next heading to move on to, please? And just to understand where we are then, that you sort of referred to missed opportunities to look at a site-wide option, even though there's not a firm sort of policy requirement to do that. And just to understand really what we're looking at. In your evidence in chief, you referred essentially to a site-wide air source heat pump ambient loop solution, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, is that, as far as you're concerned, the site-wide solution that is really an issue here, as something which you say is going to perform better in terms of the energy hierarchy than what's proposed?
So whilst we've discussed about the policy aspects and the application of the energy hierarchy and the communal network not being mandated, which I said this morning, I must point out that in terms of, as I said this morning, developing the leanest, cleanest, greenest approach, which is the underlying objective of the energy hierarchy, one must consider the systems that would result in the lowest carbon emission. And where, and this is why I wouldn't say yes to your question a few minutes ago, where the appellant has developed its design, it hasn't addressed certainly the clean stage, because it hasn't assessed and explored all opportunities for site-wide heat networks, and hasn't evidenced that. Now, yes, the reason I start them is because I think that's absolutely crucial. So, firstly, in terms of whatever the strategy may be, it's not, again, I'm not the designer. It's not my place to tell people what to do or how to do it. I've merely examined the information that's been presented to me, and what that information hasn't done is consider site-wide networks, the options for site-wide networks. We've seen a lot more analysis of a gas-based network, but what we haven't seen is any analysis whatsoever of an ambient loop network. And I would also add that that analysis for the site-wide gas network, it's been covered in the appellant's analysis, isn't supported by the requisite design information, such that you would get if you did apply the principles of CP1, which you earlier claimed the appellant has, but I dispute. So in the sense of site-wide opportunities and or the types of technology, I feel that the appellant's own evidence based on the performance for T2, T3 suggests that a site-wide ambient loop network would be far better performing than anything else that's been assessed.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Grant. I'm going to come on to those various points because they touch on the detailed issues raised in your note, and trust me, I'm going to come on to them. I'm just trying to help the inspector by sort of setting the scene or the structure for the alternative site-wide options. And I was just indicating to you that it appeared from your evidence in chief that the site-wide ASHP, air source heat pumps and ambient loop system was the one which you were essentially most interested in as a site-wide solution. Is that fair?
That's certainly what is missing.
Okay,
that's the biggest omission from the information that's being provided.
Let's come on to that, because just to be clear, what the singular solutions considered by the appellant were, is perhaps we can just make this absolutely clear because it has an influence on the questions I ask you later. First option, if I can call it this one, air source heat pumps, ASHPs, and ambient loop, which is the one that we've been you talked about already. So option one, if I can call it ambient loop, okay, let's call it ambient loop. The second option in the effort is what I'm going to call hybrid, which is 8 air source heat pumps with the gas boiler in T1. Okay, so it's the hybrid solution. And if we can call those two options ambient and hybrid, that will save the use of too many words as we go forward. Okay, are you content with that? Are you content with that approach? Yeah. Okay. Now, if we then set out what the issues are as far as the differences between the parties for these site-wide options are concerned, let's deal first with the ambient loop. Can we agree that the main issues under the ambient loop option are electrical demand and capacity as a sort of first bullet point?
The appellant's claimed issues.
Yes. Fair enough. That is where the debate between the parties is at the moment. And secondly, cost. Correct. And I'll come on towards the end about the feasibility of interconnection between the buildings as a third subpoint.
Yeah.
So if one's looking at the ambient loop, the issues are electrical demand capacity, secondly, cost, and connection feasibility. Okay. And then under the hybrid option, issues are constraints on site and feasibility of connection. Secondly, emissions. And thirdly, inefficiencies. And I'll go through these in my questions to follow, but I just want to do that to set a structure for what we're going to do, okay?
Thanks.
And just to warn you, rather than go sequentially through the note that you've prepared, I understand entirely why you've done it that way, because you're responding to the Monday material, but I'm going to stick with this structure and dip into your note as I go through it.
Fine, yeah.
Okay. Now, the next point I want to deal with by way of introduction under this heading is, broad questions of approach. And I think hopefully we can agree that if, and we can underline if as many times as we want, if there is insufficient capacity in the electrical network, that is obviously a relevant factor, a very important factor when applying policy, correct?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Thank you very much. Secondly, if the cost of achieving it is judged to be prohibitive, I know you disagree, but if the cost of achieving it is judged to be prohibitive, and that may involve a judgment beyond your rule, but again, that's highly material to the application of the policy, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thirdly, the potential knock-on impacts of achieving a particular energy strategy in terms of design, or the wider implications for the site of putting a particular option onto the site. Again, those are potentially relevant as to whether or not an energy strategy should be followed, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very
Correct,
much.
yeah.
But again, those aren't factors which you do, or they're not factors which you actually can consider within the scope of your expertise, as it were. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know what you mean by that,
well,
Mr. Linus.
If, for example, you're suggesting there's a particular solution which could be followed, and for the sake of current argument, it is going to have a significant visual impact, for example, or it's going to have a significant impact on how the scheme would work in terms of movement around the site or something like that. That is obviously a relevant consideration, but it's not necessarily something which it is for you to have the final say on, as it were. There are wider considerations in play. Thank you.
And when you say me, are you meaning Alex Maguire in the context of this inquiry, or do you mean the engineer in the context of the design team?
And it's really a broader point, Mr. Maguire, that it's not. There are factors which are not purely energy strategy related, which will obviously influence whether an energy strategy should be followed, correct?
Of course, yes.
And
yes,
that's not something which you're necessarily able to comment on definitively. So if there is a visual impact judgment, for example, to be reached, you may suggest a particular way of doing things, but it may have a visual impact that arises, and it's not necessarily for you to take a judgment on, correct?
Well, am I allowed to say partially? I feel that the competent engineer would consider the impact of what that engineer is designing on the architectural form and function.
Yeah.
And as engineers, we're always involved in space planning and the integration of services within a building. And I gave some examples this morning about a project I did, which was integrating heat network pipelines through parts of the British Museum, as an example. So I think in that context, I most definitely do have an appreciation, as Alex Maguire, have an appreciation of the importance of the of how engineering services are integrated into a building and the impacts that they may have. The decision, granted, wouldn't be the engineers.
Yes, exactly. I think that's my point.
It's a big part of it, It's it plays a big role in that.
Yes, that's my point, Mr. Maguire, really, in the sense that there may be matters which you could cover in an energy strategy, which have an impact, which are, for broader planning reasons, found to be unacceptable, however good you might think they are for purely energy strategy purposes, correct?
Most definitely, and that would form part of the feasibility analysis that was in the strategy.
And again, the next sort of introductory point, the relative cost to occupants is a relevant factor as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it
Thank
is.
you very
it
much.
is.
And relative emissions must be
Of course.
a relevant factor. Thank you very much. So any one of these issues are capable of justifying the rejection of the site-wide approaches that might be debated between us in the minutes to follow, correct?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you very
of course.
much. Right, let's move on for those introductory points, please. And can we look at demand and capacity, first of all, please, as the next subheading? Ma'am, I see the time, it's coming up to 10 to 4. Given that I'm about to start another topic, I'm happy to go on now. This next, or take a break now. I think this next topic may be one of the sort of larger chunks of the rest of the cross-examination. So I'm in your hands.
I would prefer, because I think I would prefer to take a break now.
Yes,
so I will. How long would everybody like to take as a break? 20 minutes?
20 minutes is fine for me.
Would that be acceptable? Okay.
It is for me.
Is that okay, Mr. Burton and Mr. Maguire?
Yes, Madam Inspector, that's fine with me.
Yes, fine by me also, Madam. Could I just raise one thing, really, pointing out that for both you and my learned friend, Mr. Feltham has told me that he has to leave at 5:20 because of prior commitments. Obviously, he didn't know we were going to run so late. He's looking hard into looking at whether anything will happen if he has to leave, because of course he's the host. Just to flag that up.
Okay.
And ma'am, I'm happy to aim to finish by 5:20 to avoid that, if it helps.
Absolutely. I was going to say, if we can just finish just a little bit before, so that it doesn't mean that Mr. Feltham is completely on the hoof, trying to run wherever he needs to go. So if we can make it 15:15 at the latest, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
For now, if we take, we'll take a 20-minute break. So if we can be back for, can we be back at 15:15, because it's gone past now. So 4:15, so I'll adjourn until then. Thank you. Welcome back, gentlemen. Mr. Linus, you've now got an hour until we need to adjourn for today. So I hope that gives you sufficient time. Maybe an awkward stopping point. That's all I'm wondering.
Let's see how we get on, ma'am. I'm going to do my very best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linus.
All right, Mr. McGuire, let's deal with the next subheading, which is electricity demand and capacity, okay? And I want to break this part down into two, if I can. One, the demand side approach, and then two, the capacity side, okay? And just to understand, first of all, deal with demand first, just understand the context for this. This is the point that is being raised by us in the context of saying that wouldn't be feasible to have a full site-wide singular ASHP and ambient loop system. So this is the issue that's relevant to that system, okay? Now, the way this has risen is that I think in your proof, there were a couple of points made and broadly along these lines that an increase in the electricity demand of a heat pump network connected between T1 and T3 may not be any greater than the demand for electrically driven cooling systems for T1. And similarly, you said elsewhere in your proof that a heat pump in T1 would have the electrical demand that would be unnecessary in case of a single heat network. So the broad issues about demand were raised in your evidence. But again, just as a starting point, insofar as you were making claims that the electrical demand of a site-wide heat pump system may not be any greater than the demand for what we were proposing. Again, the general starting point is that you didn't produce any evidence of your own to substantiate that claim at that stage in your proof, correct?
Well, I'm not the designer, Mr. Linus.
No, but in terms of the allegation you've made, again, we'll take this in stages. The allegation that you made that an increase in electrical demand may not be any greater than what's proposed, that was not something which you substantiated in your own evidence, as a matter of fact.
Yes, but I don't have to, do I? I mean, that's not why I'm here.
Now, the way this is then developed, just to keep the structure clear, this issue about demand has generated several demand side points, if I can put it that way, that have been made in your recent note, correct?
The information that the appellant has provided is what has led to the information that I've produced in the note.
Yes. And in that note, you're making, if I can collect them together under a single heading, you make several demand side related points using the information that has been produced by the appellant for the inquiry, correct?
Many, yeah, many. Yes, I make many points.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's look at some of those then, please, in the hour so we have together for the rest of this afternoon. And let's start, please, with what you deal with in section 2 of your note. Section 2.0, where you're dealing with Appendix A, ambient loop electricity demand, okay? And again, just to keep the narrative clear, the relevance of this section is essentially part of a debate over the site-wide ASHP ambient loop system. And as we understand, or as I understand the points that are being made here, you're suggesting that based on the information we've produced, that ambient loop system could be accommodated within the electrical capacity that's available to the site. Correct?
What I'm seeing in this section is that the appellant hasn't demonstrated the maximum demand, maximum electrical demand for the ambient loop approach. And I'm also seeing that from the appellant's own information that I have had sight of and I've been able to interrogate, it suggests that actually the demand for central plant would be less than what is included in the current scheme.
Yes, I think that's what I'm getting at. So again, just sort of to frame the questions that are following to help the inspector as to why this is all relevant. The broad nature of the issue is we're looking at the site-wide ambient loop system, and it's about the extent of demand that is going to generate, in particular relative to the demand that has been assumed for the proposal, and that feeds into the rider capacity debate. Okay, can we start on that basis?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. And second sort of introductory point, this is generated, if I can put it that way, by the calculations that appear in Appendix A to Mr. Stanley's supplementary rebuttal, which relate to the overall demand figures for ambient loop systems within T1 and within T2 and T3, correct?
That's part of the information.
Yes, part of it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Now, I think you said in your evidence in chief that as far as the calculations that appear in Appendix A are concerned, you haven't gone into them in detail, but you've picked out a couple of points that arise from them. First point, double counting. Now, perhaps can we just to get a feel for this issue, can we take out Appendix A to Mr. Stanley's supplementary rebuttal? I think that's CD 920, if the inspector has it up.
I do, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And the point was being made as far as double counting is concerned with the figures that are shown in the CPW table called electrical estimate maximum demand. Okay, yep. Is that correct? Okay. Now, I think the point that you've made is that the spare capacity has been double counted because one sees the reference to spare capacity in some of the individual entries. For example, the apartments total towards the top left, 195, including spare capacity. And then the spare capacity has been added to again in the bottom left. Again, just to get a feel for that, just to put our cards on the table, we're sort of looking into that at the moment, but I want to assume for present purposes that you're right, just to allow me to ask some questions about it. So let's assume for present purposes that there has been double counting, although we are looking into to the basis of these figures, just to get a feel for what the implications of it are. So if one assumes that spare capacity in the bottom left is an element of double counting, it involves effectively 125 or so, 126 kilowatts, because it would be 10% of that 1256 figure. Is that correct?
Well, no, yeah, broadly.
Broadly.
Yeah,
We're not
yeah.
going to argue over
a
couple of decimal points. And obviously that would then feed into the KVA figure, which comes below that in the table, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So one is looking really, as far as scale is concerned, if one takes the kVA figure that translates to, one's looking at what, something in the region of is it not 0.1 MVA, or what? Just trying to get a feel for what you say the knock-on consequences of this are.
Well, I didn't see what the knock-on consequences were, but my point is just to say that if you have a design that where you have a limitation, you need to focus extremely closely on how the demand assessment is built up. And I think you're suggesting that, or you might be suggesting that it's not a great deal, but it is a great deal in the context of the overall, the purported limitations in service availability.
No, but Mr. Maguire, I mean, if under Appendix A, again, I know there are other aspects of the questioning to come on to, but if under Appendix A, the point is being made that there is a shortfall of electrical demand to support the ambient loop system of 0.8 MVA. Okay, let's proceed on the basis that we know there are other issues to look at, but again, just trying to get a feel for this issue of double counting. What you haven't done is go on to say whether you consider that actually has any implications for that shortfall. Correct?
I haven't,
No.
but what we don't have any basis for is whether that shortfall of 0.8 MVA you've suggested is accurate. But to flip it the other way, that 100 kilowatts or so, let's say it's 125 kilowatts, in terms of heat pump energy, that could potentially deliver another 500 kilowatts of thermal energy if it were allocated to heat pumps. So that's my point, that it's essential that an accurate load assessment is developed and underpins the evolving design.
Sure, but perhaps we can at least agree this much. I don't spend too much time on this double counting point. There's plenty of other things to ask you, but certainly given the extent of the double counting on the pure numbers, if one's assuming it, the double counting on its own as a figure is not going to make a significant dent in that 0.8 MVA. All other issues still to be considered. You'd accept that, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. As I've said, that 100 or so kilowatts would make a significant dent in the claimed deficit of thermal energy, or claimed capacity for additional thermal energy for an ambient loop system, as an example.
But on 0.8 MVA, again, in pure figure work terms, if you're looking at 100 or so kilowatts, those figures on their own suggest, I understand you've got other points to raise about the wider implications, but those figures on their own don't suggest that 100 kilowatts of double counting on spare capacity is relatively small compared to the 0.8 MVA.
Oh no, quite the opposite, Mr. Linus. It does. It says, well, we don't know. What we have to work with is what we can deduce from the numbers, and the only thing that we can deduce here is that if there is 125 kilowatts available at spare electrical capacity that's being double counted, that could equate to 500 kilowatts of thermal energy. Now, they are figures that we can use because they're consistent with the analysis that I've undertaken. I think that the important point that it's the 0.8 MVA that you're suggesting that has no basis.
Yeah, well, I know we're
relevant in this context.
Well, we need to come on to that. I was careful to predicate the questions on trying to establish that one can assume for the purpose of my questions the 0.8, but we're going to come on to the 0.8 itself. But the 500 kilowatts that you mentioned, does that have any bearing to the COP point that you make later on?
It does, yeah.
So it's the same point.
It is. Fine. Oh yes, yeah, but that uses the same, roughly that uses the same COP that it appears that
Okay.
CPW's used in its
Okay,
analysis.
I'm going to come on to the COP point shortly. And again, just before we move away from the figure work in the appendix, if we look at Appendix A, one sees that spare capacity has been allowed for. This is PDF page 8 in the apartments and the landlord totals, but where the spare capacity wording appears outside the green box, as it were. But if one looks at the commercial loads toward the bottom right, one has a commercial total primary supply of 76.5 kilowatts. Do you see that? Again, I can ask Mr. Stanley to comment on this, but would you accept that it's appropriate to allow for some spare capacity in the commercial total primary supply as well?
Well, perhaps. I mean, the designer needs to make that decision, but
okay,
the load assessment needs to be developed on the most up-to-date information, so it's as accurate as possible.
Okay, so in principle, again, I know you said it's a decision for this, but in principle, you accept that this analysis does not allow for a spare capacity for commercial total primary supply when a case could be made for adding that into the spare capacity. Okay, so
yeah.
Again, just to be absolutely clear, as far as the figure work is concerned, if that were done, then it would tend to feed into some of the 10%, which has already been assumed in the total box.
It would probably neutralize it because it's 10% on 10% as opposed to 10% globally. So
okay, all right. So thanks very much. And again, your point about the 100 kilowatts not being insignificant relates to the COP issue, which we're going to come back to shortly. Okay, thanks very much. Now, the next point that you raise under this section, again, bearing in mind it's about the demand for the site-wide ambient loop, is that the second of your immediately apparent issues beyond the double counting, you say, is Cud Bentley allowing more than double the equivalent ASHP demand per dwelling than CPW does. Now, again, just to help the inspector, the double the ASHP demand by Cud Bentley, that will relate to TAR 1, and the CPW demand assessment will relate to TARs T2 and 3, correct?
Oh, sorry, me,
yes.
not Madam Inspector. Yeah, yes. Okay,
sorry. Thank you. And again, in terms of understanding why there might be a different figure, T1, as I think you've already accepted, is plainly a different building to T2, T3, correct?
Yeah.
And T2, T3 is obviously a new build where I think, as you've said already, there are different levels of performance in it, which reflect the fact that it's a new build compared with a 60-year-old structure, correct?
Well, partially. It
Yes.
won't be a 60-year-old structure. Well, the structure
Sure.
will still be 60 years old, but the envelope
Yes.
won't be 60 years old when the project's completed, if and when.
Sure, that's fair. But the point is, there are different buildings, so the implications for space heating will be different, won't they?
They will, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Right, now, next in this section of your note, you go on to say that, well, the calculations that have been provided within Appendix A are not for a site-wide ambient loop system because you've got separate figures for T1 compared with the figures for T2 and T3. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I suppose the question arises then is whether the figures in Appendix A, presented as they are, T1 on the one hand, T2 and T3 on the other, are a fair representation of what you're looking for, essentially, which is a site-wide solution connecting T1, T2, and T3 considered holistically. Okay.
I don't follow. They're not a representation of that. Are you
No, this is
asking
one-
me
I
if
just
they
want to
are
make
or not? Or
No, I'm just asking you whether one can use the figures in that Appendix A as a representation of what you would find on a site-wide ambient loop approach, as you are thinking of it in terms of a single holistic system. I know you say you don't think that's going to represent them. I just wanted to test that, if I may. Okay.
Okay, well, so the answer is no. I don't think they.
I know you don't.
Yeah,
don't want to
sorry.
test it.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
again, I'm just trying to work my way as clearly as possible through the detail of the note. As I understand the note, the big issue that you've raised as to why you don't think those separate calculations can represent what the demand of a site-wide ambient loop system relates to this question of diversity. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And as I understand it, then you're saying that the approach taken in Appendix A by looking at the calculation for T1 and then the calculation for T2 and T3 does not allow for effectively this diversity factor, which I know you described it, but I've tried to get my head around it as some sort of efficiency that arises from being on a larger network. Okay. Yeah. And obviously, the more efficiencies you say there are in a larger single system, that will have implications for your demand. Correct? Yep. Right. Okay. That's the context. So just want to sort of follow this through when looking at figures 1 and figure 2. Figure 1 is for space heating, and then figure 2 is for DHW, domestic hot water. So those are the two main elements of your thermal demand, correct?
Yeah.
And just when one look at figure 1 for the space heating, and as you've explained already, as the number of dwellings go up, the diversity factor flattens out, correct? Now we know that T1 has 261 dwellings proposed in it, and we know that T2 and T3 have 238. So we just need to bear that in mind as I ask the next sort of few questions. If one looks at figure 1 on space heating and the number of dwellings there, you can see that the diversity curve is flattening out, certainly after you get to 15 or 20 dwellings. But then once you get up to 45 or 50, as you get over the graph, the diversity factor has largely flattened out, hasn't it?
It's still decreasing. There are tables that support these graphs where you input the number of units you actually have, and you find that actually, whilst it might look like a minimal or non-existent reduction to you, outside of the design, when you apply those slight reductions to the greater number of units, they actually make quite a big difference. Well,
I'm just looking at information you provided to make these points. Essentially, when you read these graphs, they show that the diversity factor doesn't change significantly as you increase your number of dwellings up to sort of 45 or 50, and the graph would still be relatively flat, if I can put it this way, as you would go beyond 50 dwellings, if you imagine it progressing further. It's a fair summary.
It continues to decrease for space heating. Yeah.
But one can see the shape of the graph. It is essentially flattening out, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you very much. So if one applies that to, say, T1, again, imagining this graph heading out to the right, by the time you get to 261 dwellings, that curve is going to be flat still, even flatter, in the sense that you're flattening out as you head up towards a larger number of dwellings. That's right, isn't it?
Is it? I don't see how. Well, the term, as I've explained, whilst graphically it may look like it's leveling out, it's not. It continues to decrease. Now, as it increases, the rate at which, as the number increases, the rate at which it decreases.
Yes, exactly. So by the time you get to 261 dwellings, one can see that it's flattening out between 45 and 50, and the rate at which it flattens out will increase as you head up towards 261 dwellings. Correct?
Yeah,
yes,
I'd say that's a fair assumption.
Okay.
Of course, all of the units that sit at that end of the graph benefit from that much lower demand.
And if one adds, one's notionally at this stage of 261, if one adds then another 238 dwellings on top of the 261 in this notional expansion out to the right, the same point applies. The extent of any decrease reduces even further by then, doesn't it? Because you're moving from 261 up to 499. So if it's flattening by 45 or 50, that trend is going to well and truly have sort of flattened out by the time you're moving from 261 up to 499. That's right, isn't it?
Well, it might, again. It would appear that the graph, the gradient of the graph is decreasing.
Yes.
But as I say, all of those units at that far end of that graph have the benefit of a much lower space heating demand, which is the lower of the thermal demands for the system.
I'm just asking about the information that is here. So again, if one looks back to this context for this point, you're saying that the importance of the information being presented in terms of T1, T2, and T3 separately is it doesn't allow for this diversity factor in a combined system. The point I'll put to you, Mr. Maguire, is that if one takes the trends from these graphs as you have presented them, they tend to demonstrate that even if you put in a combined system of 499 odd units, the diversity factor isn't going to change materially compared with the 261 on a single calculation as presented by the appellant, because the diversity factor, by the time you get up to that higher number of units, isn't going to result in a significantly different figure for thermal demand because the diversity factor is flattened out.
No, I disagree, Mr. Linus. I think you're taking the graph for space heating, which as I've said is the smaller of the two components of the thermal energy demand, and I've explained that that graph continues to flatten out such that a greater number of units have the advantage of a reduced diversity. So it has to follow that the more you have units you have following a decreasing diversity curve, the lower the overall demand. And I need to add to that if you consider figure 2 below, you'll see that the domestic hot water profile follows a similar profile, a similar profile, albeit the diversity is far, far greater. And given that the domestic hot water demand is the higher, the significant proportion, it makes even more difference to the overall demand. So, but of course, instead of you and I trying to reach some common ground on the interpretation of these, if the principles of CP1 were applied to the development, these calculations would be available for all of the options considered. So you should be able to tell me that.
Well, I can ask Mr. Stanley to address this, but you see the point, Mr. Maguire. I mean, the point that you have raised is that you've challenged the information that we've put in to demonstrate what the demand of T1 on the one hand and T2 and the T3 and the other would be.
Yeah.
You challenge that on the basis of the alleged inability to take account of the diversity factor. The general proposition is, though you'd accept this, that the diversity factor flattens out the more that you increase your number of dwellings. Accept that first of all as a proposition.
the level of diversity
flattens out as
the level of diversity continues to decrease, but not at the same rate.
Yes,
and the greater number of units you have.
Exactly, and the greater the number of units you have, the flattening out becomes more pronounced, as we would say. But again, given this is your point that you've challenged the figures that we've put in on demand in the way we presented them, you don't produce any evidence to say that given this approach to diversity factors that will materially change the results that we've presented in relation to T1, T2 and T3. That's right, isn't it?
It's not my position to do the design for this system.
No, but we have given the figures for electrical. We've given figures for demand, sorry, in relation to T1, T2 and T3. You have come back to us and say, well, that doesn't allow for diversity. But what you haven't done in doing so is explained why having regard to these graphs is going to make any material difference to the information that we've presented.
Okay, well, I disagree. I disagree entirely, actually. What we're talking now about different aspects of system design. So you've moved over from electrical demand into the thermal demand of the system. So these graphs are about the how you diversify the demand across a heat network. They haven't been applied to this development, and the appellant hasn't demonstrated that these have been applied to the thermal demands of the development. That's the first point I make. In Appendix A, you're suggesting that I disagree with the appellant's presentation of a combined load assessment for the development, but it is not a combined load assessment for the development. It is two separate load assessments, one for T2, T3, and one for T1. Now, the other important point about that is that neither of those developments those load assessments use the same basis for the calculation of heat pump demand, as I've proven in my note, with the allowance for do you mind if I continue? With the allowance for the heat pumps in T1 being twice the allowance for T2 and T3, so already inflating it. And actually, irrespective of the discussion we're having about what I would see is the principle of diversity, so you're drawing on the thermal analysis graphs from CP1, which the designers have already confirmed that they've adopted and applied to the development. You're drawing on that principle to apply it to the electrical demand. Now, I'll agree that it would be related to the electrical demand for the thermal element of the systems, but your starting point is flawed because there are two separate electrical energy assessments, one using double the amount of electrical energy for heat pumps comparatively to the other without any basis. Now, I presume you would now say, yes, but we've already established that the heat loss from T1 would be greater than that of T2, and it would be marginally. But the appellant has already confirmed now that the performance of the fabric can be improved to reduce that. And as I've explained, even as early as my proof, and in the meeting I had with the appellant's team, domestic hot water is the predominant demand across a heat network. And if you look at figure 2, you'll see that domestic hot water has a far greater diversity profile than space heating. So you can't really take these points out of context, unfortunately.
Well, I'm going to come on to this point about the difference in the figures for T1 and T2 as far as the demand is concerned. That's a later point you make in your proof, and I will come on to that. The point that I'm getting at is a question of principle, in the sense that we've put forward the calculations upon which our point on thermal demand and consequently electrical demand are based. And you have said that the crucial problem with them is they don't allow for a diversity factor, which would be applied if you looked at this on a site-wide basis as opposed to T1 on the one hand, T2 and 3 on the other. The simple point is that you've raised this point about the importance of diversity, but there's nothing there in which you have demonstrated that it actually makes a material difference as far as the calculations that we presented are concerned. You haven't actually done the work to say this would make any material difference to our figures.
But why? That's not what I'm employed to do, Mr. Linus. I act as a client-side technical assessor on a regular basis, and I'm regularly provided with insufficient information. And it's not my job to do the design under those circumstances. What I will do is point out the deficiencies, and that design team would go away and correct those and come back with the appropriate information. Unfortunately, that obligation is entirely on the appellant, not me.
Now, as far as diversity factors are concerned, though, again, you accept the proposition. We can leave it there. We're going to have to disagree on the implications of it, but you'd accept that the higher number of dwellings one's looking at, as would have to happen on a site-wide approach, in general terms, the diversity factor is going to flatten out even more the higher number of homes you're looking at.
I accept that.
Thank you very much.
With the proviso that it is still decreasing.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's look at another point. Please just bear with me. Another point that you raise in your note, this is on, bear with me while I get the reference. Yes, it's page 6, PDF page 6 of your note. It's the page beginning, now consider allowances CPW and CB have included within the electrical load assessment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
Now, again, just as to tee this point up to try and help the inspector, we're still within this point about the demand arising from a site-wide ASHP option. And as I understand this part of your note, you're suggesting we've essentially overcooked the electrical demand for that ambient loop option, and therefore the electrical capacity issue as well, because it's predicated on a thermal demand that's too high as under the calculations. Is that fair?
I'm using the information that's been provided to work out a entirely notional potential thermal capacity based on the information that's in front of me, and highlighting that doesn't tie in with some of the other analysis that you've provided. Okay.
As I understand, though, the purpose of doing that was that you're trying to show that we've ended up overcooking the electrical demand for this option because we've predicated it on a notional approach to thermal demand that overcooks the thermal demand for the site-wide option.
Yeah, it's right. Purely an example. Yeah.
Okay, right. Let's just look at that example. Now, as I understand it, what you have done is you have taken the electrical demand from the heat pump energy adopted by CPW's load assessment, and then the Bentley load assessment, giving you 1113 kilowatts of electrical demand. And then you have equated that to a thermal demand of 4.41 megawatts. And you have said that figure of 4.41 megawatts essentially overcooks the thermal demand in a way that sort of feeds into our electrical demand calculations. Now, what you've done there is you've reached that figure by applying a nominal COP of 399, correct?
Yep.
And you'll recall this was one of the points that you were making about the implications of the double counting, that you said that was going to have something of an effect beyond the pure spare capacity arguments. Now, as I understand COP, that is a factor that translates electrical energy into the thermal energy, correct?
Yeah.
So if that factor is more than 1, you end up with a result for heat energy that's more than electrical energy, in simple terms.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to call it an efficiency factor in the sense that it reflects the efficiency of converting electrical demand into sort of heat demand, if you like. Is that fair?
It does, and an easier way of to assist, an easier way of understanding the COP is actually that if you have a COP of 3.99, that translates to 399% efficient.
Yes, okay. So the result is that as the COP increases, you're using essentially less electrical energy to achieve a particular level of heat energy.
Yeah.
Okay. So your COP factor of 3.99, as I understand it, that's based on relatively sort of high degree of efficiency that you might find based on a summer season, for example.
Well, the COP of a refrigeration installation is based on a number of different factors. Temperatures on both sides of the process play a big role in that. So I've been very careful not to state what design figures should be. I've only used the appellant's own evidence. I took that COP from the Energy Pro information based upon the electrical input and the thermal output values that were stated within the appellant's own carbon calculations.
Yes, but I think that's, sorry, go ahead.
No, fine.
No, and I think that's the point, that it was put into Appendix I that was being used for the purposes of a carbon assessment, not an electrical demand assessment.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can't necessarily simply take the COP demand from the Energy Pro calculations and assume that you simply load it into the calculation that you have carried out. That's right, isn't it?
Well, as I've gone to great pains to explain, I have deduced all of my numbers from the information that the appellant has provided and the steps that the appellant has taken in its calculations.
Yes,
now, I don't think it would be unreasonable when I'm looking at it at the very high level of detail that I'm looking at it at, to take a calculation that's used to determine the carbon emission calculation and then assume that that would also be applicable to other parts, because I'm assuming that there's consistency across the board.
No, well,
now, I will admit that as the seasonal demand changes, that COP will go up and down. So the electrical demand assessment does need to cater for some extremes. And I think that's probably the point that you're going to make. So it does need to. So it may not translate directly. I'm not, but I haven't said it would. I'm saying, based on the information that you've given me, and you've used that in your carbon emission calculations, that is
yes, but again,
that is presumed to be.
But Mr. McGowan, getting back to this, you've made various allegations against the calculations that we have carried out, and what you've done is to try and illustrate why you shouldn't, as far as you're concerned, rely on those calculations. So I'm testing the propositions that you are advancing, and I think you have admitted that you would not, I think if I can put this as fairly as possible, you would not necessarily apply a nominal COP of 3.99 in the way that you have done within that calculation, because, as I've said, that COP was included within an Energy Pro calculation that was carried out for other purposes. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect. If I had I'm not being drawn on what I would or wouldn't include within a design as a specific figure intentionally, because it's not my job. What I'm seeing is that the only evidence, the only information that the appellant has provided is that which I have analysed in these supplementary notes. If the appellant had other information to say, well, actually, the COP this is this because of this, then I'd be able to comment on that. But I don't have that information, unfortunately.
But you accept that the nominal COP of 3.9, if that is based on looking at a high efficiency factor, assuming a summer season, if you like, that that is potentially going to over-egg the thermal demand calculation that you have notionally carried out, because the COP could well be a lot lower than that.
Well, actually, it depends. It depends what the heat pump's doing, and unfortunately, I don't have enough design information from the design team to identify what the heat pumps are doing. The ambient loop heat pump is only ever outputting water at or around 25 degrees, or maintaining 25 degrees, which is, you know, at the lower end of its high efficiency heat output, and that would probably be offset by lower external ambience, which is what would normally affect the COP. Well, that's what's on the other side of the COP that would affect its performance. So I think it depends how the system is configured, Mr. Linus, and I don't know that, unfortunately.
But when one's looking at sort of the thermal demand calculation that you've sought to carry out here, again in an attempt to show that we've adopted an incorrect approach to electrical demand, I mean, it's right, isn't it, that you would tend to use the worst case, because you need to cater for all times of the year. So one shouldn't assume that you apply a nominal COP of 3.99 when you will have a lower COP that would need to arise at other times of the year.
Again, not necessarily. It depends upon what the design and specification of that heat pump is and the role that it is fulfilling. I would say, if the appellant has that information, why hasn't it been presented already to allow me to interrogate it properly? Because it's been particularly frustrating trying to work all of this out from information which the appellant hasn't provided.
Okay, now let's move on from the COP issue, please. Let's look at capacity next, please. The second sort of subheading under electrical demand and capacity. Again, for the purposes of these questions, notwithstanding the point that you've made about demand, shall we assume that our demand figure is correct? For the purposes of these questions, I know you haven't agreed with them. I've asked you some questions about the points that you tried to take to calculate demand, but I just want, for the purposes of my next questions, to assume that our demand figures are correct. Okay.
And I will, if possible, but
okay.
It depends how you frame your question.
Right. Now, can we take out Mr. Stanley's proof, please?
The supplementary?
No, sorry, his original proof. Seems like a long time ago now, but his original proof.
And is it? Do I need appendices because I've only got the text in hard copy?
No, the text will be fine for now.
Can you give me a number, please?
Yes, page 23, ma'am. This is on the paper version. It's paragraph.
No, as in the reference number for the document.
Sorry. Let me just see what
please.
The core document number is.
Is it CD98?
CD98, ma'am, CD98.
I have that, thank you.
was paragraph 4.20. Just to understand the chronology here, Mr. Maguire. Do you have that, Mr. Maguire? So I see you flicking through the papers.
Sorry. The original proof, not the rebuttal proof.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. Yeah, I've got it. Got it.
Okay, just pick up the chronology. 420 on page 23. Mr. Stanley explains that under CPW's appointment, an SHP solution was proposed for the new build towers. And towards the end of that paragraph, based on the solution, the estimated peak maximum demand value was established 421. Estimated peak maximum demand figure calculated to support ASHP solution for T2 and T3 required a new on-site substation due to the lack of spare capacity on the substation serving T1. And then it goes on to describe UK Power Networks being the distribution network operator for the region of the UK and on the high voltage HV network. So just to help the inspector, that's the sort of high level distribution, the major distribution network. And you've got then Murphy Utilities, UK Power Solutions, Power On Connections, or the IDNOs as being described, and they're the licensed companies to operate electricity networks. Again, it's probably a crude distinction, but it's the more localized networks as opposed to the more national system that's run by UKPN. Is that a fair summary of the parties, as it were?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then 4.23 says CPW made formal applications to the 3 IDNOs and email correspondence in Appendix C. And perhaps we can just look at Appendix C, please. I know this material now appears in Appendix B to the supplementary rebuttal, but can we just look at Appendix C, please? Ma'am, do you have Appendix C?
Well, do you have a page reference on the PDF?
Oh, hold on a second. I've been working
Please.
off the paper. Just bear with me.
I don't do paper.
I thought the core documents were electronic and the proof was paper. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Just bear with me while I get the page reference for you.
Thank you. I'll try and whiz through it and find it anyway, but be
No,
useful.
that's okay. I'm just waiting for it to come up on my screen. Right. Appendix C, bear with me. Yeah. No, it's the original proof. Ah, here we are. Let's try PDF page 62 of 408. Ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, just to set the scene, this was in relation to, as I've said, CPW's instruction in relation to phase 2, the strategy involving new build and what became T2 and T3. But if we look at the email of the 12th of May, 2020, this is from Pablo Ramos at UK Power Solutions, one of the IDNOs, that I've been discussing this with UKPN designer because the capacity on the area is really tied. If you're able to find out what's going to be disconnected, it would be great because it's likely that will affect the point of connection location. Now, Mr. Maguire, I mean, that email suggests, doesn't it, that as matters stand, the capacity in the area is being described as really tied by UKPN themselves as the district network operator. You have no dispute with that as a general proposition.
No, I do dispute that actually.
Right. Okay.
That's the Linus, because it says nothing of the sort. Well, it says it's really tied, but it's no proof whatsoever.
Well, I'm just trying to see what we're asking the inspector to do with this, because we have some documentary evidence here which is reporting contact with UK Power Networks as the distribution network operator. So the evidence that's before this inquiry and before this inspector is that UK Power Networks, in their capacity as a district network operator, have told an IDNO that the capacity in the existing area is really tight. And there's no better evidence being produced by you to contradict the clear evidence before this inquiry as to what the district network operator has told an IDNO about the capacity of the system.
Again, I disagree entirely.
I'm not asking you to. You can disagree. I'm asking you what, as far as the information before the inquiry is concerned, there is evidence before the inquiry to indicate that the district network operator has told an IDNO that the capacity on an area is really tied. That's correct, isn't it?
No.
Well,
it isn't.
this. Are you suggesting that? Let's just take us to stages. Are you suggesting that the words that are written in this email are somehow false, or they've been provided in bad faith?
I'm not suggesting that. What I'm seeing is that there is an email here that says the network is tied, an email from a third party. What I'm seeing is there's no evidence from UK Power Networks to say there is a limitation on capacity, and there is no basis to this email whatsoever.
Well, perhaps this sort of gets into the sort of running theme, because we sort of heard a number of times in your evidence already saying I don't have enough information. And I suppose the question then arises for this inspector, when she hears allegations like that, is she going to take you simply saying I don't have enough information, or is she going to accept what is put in an email where an IDNO, a company that is officially involved in the system, is recording in an email to a potential client what UK Power Networks as the district network operator has said, whether she can justifiably attach weight to that? And what I'm putting to you, Mr. Maguire, is that it's entirely right for this inspector to attach weight to official correspondence from an IDNO reporting what has been said to it by the district network operator about capacity in the area being really tight.
Again, I mean, as for the legal ramifications of it, I can't comment, because I really don't know what all of that means. But what I do know is that there is an email here from an IDNO which says the network is tied. Now, that's
really
not a common
tied.
Term.
Well, really tied. I mean,
okay.
I think
so. That's not a common term that's used.
Well, you don't have to be a genius to interpret what it means, Mr. Maguire. Let's be fair.
No, it's not
sorry,
a term.
Can the witness finish, please?
It's not a term that I've ever heard in my 25 or so years of being an engineer. I've never heard the term "it's really tied." Now, the point I'm making is that it's only UK Power Networks who could confirm what the actual limitations are on the network.
Yes, and here we have an email.
And I would also say that, look, in London, it wouldn't be any surprise at all. I mean, this, even if I don't understand the terminology, it's not unusual for the network to be at or around capacity. It's not unusual.
Well, I think that's my point, Mr. Maguire.
The point is that it hasn't been evidenced, because no one, in none of the information have I been provided with a load assessment for the whole development or evidence that says, dear UKPN, we need an electrical supply, or even via the third party, We need an electrical supply of 2, 3, 4 MVA for this proposed development at the Tolworth complex. Had that application gone, and when we do, and I say this from due process, so in terms of questioning me about considering whether that is adequate or not, I don't think it's adequate, because I consider the process that we as a business adopt. We'll undertake a load assessment, we'll submit an application. Lots of these are online, so we get a digital copy of the application, which we save to the file. We record it on a utilities tracker. That utilities tracker is then updated to record the correspondence between the parties, and a summary document is published from that, which can go to the client to say, we've got the evidence to back this up. This is what we asked for. This is what we said. This is the cost. And all I'm asking for, Mr. Linus, is that information, and it's not unreasonable. I'm not being unreasonable. I think that I wouldn't be exercising due diligence if or proceeding diligently if I accepted an email using some terminology to say, oh, unfortunately, everyone, Pablo Ramos says the network's tied, no ambient loop, because that's effectively what's happened.
Well, Mr. Maguire, I mean, you may adopt a particular process when you're proceeding to the final design.
That's not final design,
of a
Mr.
scheme.
Linus.
No, I know you may adopt a particular process, but we are in a planning inquiry where we have to invite the inspector to attach weight to the evidence that's in front of her or otherwise, based on the scheme that's in front of her. And my point to you is that, well, first of all, you accept that it would come as absolutely no surprise to you to be told that the network or capacity in the area is either not there or very, very limited. Now, that suggests that, I mean, in reality, you do know what really tied means by suggesting that, because it's quite clear, isn't it? We come on to this when we look at other correspondence dealing with demand, but UK Power Networks has expressed a view as the body in charge of looking at capacity in the area that capacity is really tied, and that's entirely consistent with your expectations of what the position in the area would be.
No. So firstly, I've already told you that I've never heard the term really tied in my professional career. And how could you translate that into something being at capacity? Secondly, how do we know, how has this information being translated between UKPN and the independent? So is it a telephone call with the local engineer? Has an application been submitted? Has a proposal been received? I think they're reasonable questions. And whilst you might be drawing Madam Inspector's attention to the fact that, oh, we've got some evidence, I'm merely saying that you don't have evidence. But finally, yes, I mean, it's no surprise that there are limitations on electrical infrastructure in town or urban locations. But again, that's why I made the point at the very start of my evidence that reinforcing the electrical supply for a development in the order of £100 million is absolutely no surprise at all.
Okay, we're going to come on to the question of reinforcement as a separate topic. There's one sort of final point before we finish for the day. If one looks over the page or one scrolls down within the same appendix, ma'am, to the next PDF page, the email from the 12th of August, again from UK Power Solutions, Pablo Ramos, UK Power Network has confirmed that the disconnection of the existing substation will be required. So apart from the fact that you have an email indicating that the capacity of the existing system is tied, what has happened is in discussions as to what is going to be necessary to allow T2 and T3 on the site, it's been established that there simply isn't sufficient capacity within the system to achieve that without having to disconnect existing supplies to the retail units on the site. And as a general proposition, Mr. Maguire, that corroborates the position of UK power networks in the earlier email, that the capacity in the system simply isn't there because you have to disconnect existing services to achieve T2 and T3 on the site.
Again, I don't know the full background behind the reasons for those disconnections. I mean, are those retail units being removed or retained? Because that would have a bearing on what would have to happen with the electrical supplies to them. But again,
Yes.
I genuinely don't have sufficient information about the network in the area to be able to say one way or another. And again, I reiterate, all I'm asking for is evidence in the form of something from UKPN saying.
Okay, well, we'll leave it to the inspector to judge whether 2 emails reporting UKPN's position is sufficient or not. We hear that you say it's not sufficient, but we can make submissions accordingly on the weight that should be given to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Maguire. That's probably a convenient place to pause. Ma'am, I still have to deal with the question of costs and then move on to the hybrid system as well as overheating. I think I probably got a little bit over an hour to go, but I'm not making too bad progress. That's probably a convenient moment, and it's 5:20 anyway.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Linus. I appreciate you concluding your point there before moving on to anything else. I think that is a suitable point to adjourn for today. So thank you, Mr. Maguire. Obviously, you are still being cross-examined. So unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, you may consider, you are not permitted to speak to Mr. Burton or his team at all at this point.
Or anyone.
Or
Could
anyone.
I just make clear,
No, absolutely nobody.
You may not even talk to your family about your evidence.
You need to be
Well,
Billy No Mates this weekend.
Well,
so,
ma'am, I was going to say that obviously there is PERDA and there is PERDA. If it helps, I'm sure, although there is a dispute between the parties, if Mr. Maguire needs to speak to other people about matters outside the case, I know we don't have to interpret PERDA as strictly as some might, and I'm not going to take a point on that if he needs to speak to other members of the team about, what time he's going to be appearing on screen or something like that. I'm sure there will not be any discussion about the case itself, because all parties understand what the underlying rationale behind the rule is.
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Linus. That's absolutely fair. Yeah, as long as you don't speak about the case, Mr. Maguire, that's absolutely fine. Now we're going to be adjourning until next Tuesday morning, which will commence at 9:30. I will amend the programme, and just so that we can try and keep on top of it, it will be a constantly moving programme, I'm sure. What I would like to discuss potentially either first thing or sometime on Tuesday is if the both main parties can have considered the additional days. I now can't do week commencing the 8th of November. I can't do anything during that week now because I have something else.
No, ma'am, and I can't do the 8th. I'm in real difficulties with the week commencing the 1st as well, and the reason I can't do the week commencing the 8th is due to another inquiry that's due to sit for 2 weeks. So perhaps we don't need to resolve this now. I can speak to Mr. Burton, but when it comes to closing, I'm afraid we are potentially looking at going into the 3rd week in November if we are going to be finishing the evidence at the end of week 3. I've done my best to see if I could do something in sort of week 4, as it were, but I have to say I'm struggling with that.
That's absolutely fine, as long as there is an agreement as to when the closing submissions can be done. I don't mind how far, I mean, obviously the sooner the better, but if it's a couple of weeks away after the final witness, after the final witnesses, then that's okay. We will just have to go with whatever the availability is.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will try and ensure that my availability, as I said, is not always easy because things move around, which is what's happened. So another case has moved. So I now can't do that week, but I should be available for potentially some other time in November.
That's really helpful, ma'am. I'll speak to Mr. Burton about the week commencing the 22nd on the assumption that that isn't a week where you have an issue at the moment.
That's okay at the moment.
Okay.
But that's why I would like to get it settled as far as we possibly can, early-ish next week, on Tuesday or Wednesday at the latest, so that I can get it in my diary. I will inform my my charting.
I'll liaise, yes,
about that. Okay, thank you. I don't want to delay Mr.
I liaise with Mr. Burton accordingly.
Lovely, great, thank you. I don't want to delay Mr. Feltham any further because I know he's probably chomping at the bits to get going. So is there, as I said, I will amend the programme and get that out as soon as possible, or to yourself, so you can have a look at that and make sure that you are content with how that sits. But it's a bit of a moving feast anyway, so it will be as it is. If there's nothing further, no. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I will see you next Tuesday at 9:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.